The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
It was an exciting day at the Cairns Cup in St. Louis. A day that looked to be drifting off into a snooze fest quickly erupted with unexpected outcomes. Co-leader Irina Krush was caught napping in what turned into a nightmare loss for her and a dream come true for her opponent. A sleeping giant has been awakened as the lowest-rated player, undefeated Zatonskih, is proving to be a formidable foe for her competition, dispatching Alexandra Kosteniuk to steal clear first. The favorites are wounded. How will they respond to the pressure? Day 5 of Fiery Chess, coming up next.
Hello everyone, welcome back to round 5 of the Cairns Cup. It's the day before the rest day. The players are starting to arrive. Let's go in the studio and get this party started.
Welcome to St. Louis, the home of chess in America, and the 3rd edition of the Cairns Cup, one of the richest women's tournaments in chess. We come to you live from the St. Louis Chess Club. Good morning and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm International Master Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with my brilliant co-host Yasser Seirawan.
Wow. Unfortunately, a very, very impactful day. We have some dreadful news to share with you. Our defending champion, Humpy Koneru, has withdrawn from the tournament due to illness. Tony Rich, the executive director of the St. Louis Chess Club, is with Almira to explain how this will impact our tournament. Over to you, Almira.
Oh, yes. Hello, Yasser. Hello, Nazi. I'm joined in the studio by Tony Rich, the executive director of the St. Louis Chess Club. Tony, this is a very unusual situation. Please tell us, how does it impact the tournament?
Sure. You know, it's unfortunate when any player has to withdraw from an event. And as Yasser mentioned, due to illness, Humpy notified us last night that she had to withdraw from the 2023 Cairns Cup. Now, the FIDE regulations are pretty clear on events, especially round-robin events, when a player withdraws. The regulations state that if a player withdraws before the halfway point, and since this was round 4 out of 9, it was before the halfway point of the tournament. In cases where a player withdraws before that halfway point, all of their previous results are annulled, and all of their future opponents get a rest day instead of playing them on the day they would have played them. So essentially, it turns this into a tournament of 9 players instead of a tournament of 10 players.
Okay, thank you, Tony. This was a very clear explanation. And Yasser, would you be so kind to explain us how does it affect the standings?
Absolutely. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Almira. Indeed, it's very, very impactful on the standings because just a round previously, Alexandra was in first place, not any longer. Nazi, do the honors.
Let's take a look at standings after round 4. Zatonskih is still in the lead, in sole lead, with 3 points out of 4.
Right.
And sharing in second place are 4 players: Elisabeth Paehtz, Khotenashvili, Gunay Mammadzada, and Irina Krush.
And again, Alexandra drops down because a point essentially was taken away from her as, because of Humpy's withdrawal. And tell us about the new format now that it's no longer 10-player round robin.
Right now we have a 9-player round robin tournament. Players are not allowed to offer any draws, and the time control is classical: 90 minutes for first 40 moves, 30 minutes rest of the game, and 30-second increment from move 1.
And our schedule.
Players will play a total of 9 rounds. Today they'll be playing round 5, and tomorrow they have a rest day.
Right, and then it's a sprint to the finish with the 4 remaining games. Playoff is necessary. That would be very nice. Almira, it's not exactly bonjour, but we do have a clear leader, leading by a point, Zatonskih.
Yes, let's have a look at Anna Zatonskih's tournament trajectory. How did she get here? I think that in the first round, we will have the graphics for you, she drew against Nana Dzagnidze, one of the top players in the world. In the second round, she defeated Bela Khotenashvili with black pieces. Then she drew against Elisabeth Paehtz, and yesterday, and I'm not afraid of using this word, she completely outplayed the former world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk, who was leading the tournament after the round 3. So Anna Zatonskih scored 3 points out of 4, and let's look at the way ahead. In the round 5, she is playing against Harika Dronavalli. In the round 6, she's going to face the young star from Azerbaijan, Gunay Mammadzada. And then in the round 7, she will play against Zhansaya Abdumalik. I think that she's in a very good position to win this tournament. And I wanted to say that Anna Zatonskih is such a wonderful ambassador of the women's chess and of the US chess. I wanted to remind you that her peak rating was 25-37. It's a whopping 25-37. And I'm so happy because she represents our generation. So tired of all these youngsters winning the tournament. So go, Anna. Yasser, what do you think? Should we make new picks for the tournament?
We may very well have to. With Humpy's withdrawal, it's so impactful, absolutely. And as a 4-time U.S. champion, well, she's just a wonderful, wonderful competitor, and I'm sure she's thrilled.
No, you're not allowed.
I don't know. I don't know if we can. That seems a little bit unfair. But well, now it's only going to be 4 rounds of play, 4 games of play. Please, Nazi, do the honors and the pairings for this round 5. What can our viewers expect?
Let's take a look. Today, our leader Anna Zatonskih is playing Harika Dronavalli.
That'll be a marquee matchup.
Zhansaya Abdumalik will face Alexandra Kosteniuk. Irina Krush playing Elisabeth Paehtz.
Another marquee matchup as the players tied for second.
And the 2 Georgians will face each other today, Nana Dzagnidze and Bela Khotenashvili.
Exactly. A lot of fierce play ahead, fighting. What are they fighting for?
And there's a bye round for Gunay Mammadzada.
Yes, and the bye round, yes.
Players are fighting for a lot of money. There is a total of $180,000 in prizes.
Right.
And the first place winner is going to win $45,000. Second place, $35,000. Third, $25,000.
Prizes all the way down for all competitors, including Humpy, who steps out of the tournament once again, citing illness. As we go to the World Chess Hall of Fame, I think we're actually going to have a special bell ringer today.
Yes.
Doesn't oftentimes get a chance to step out into the limelight.
Is my friend Kostya Kavutsky. He'll be ringing the bell, and he writes the recap articles for the St. Louis Chess Club.
Exactly. Just to, after the round, he's very, very, I want to say, punctual and getting the information out, who did what, and there he is.
Yes, as players are ready to begin their round.
I must say, it's so impactful when somebody withdraws. I mean, obviously, Magnus withdrawing from the Sinquefield Cup, that's rather unforgettable. A defending champion, Humpy, I'm sure she's just distraught herself having to withdraw. But life goes on. I mean, now it's a new round. You can't lose focus. Tomorrow is the rest day. Everybody's going to put their maximum efforts. Exactly. Now let's focus on this matchup. This is our key matchup as Anna with the white pieces against Harika.
I must say, she won both games with the black pieces.
Anna has, yes. Counterattack. Counterattack.
The French defense.
Right. And Almira, tell us what you expect out of this key matchup.
This is a very important game for Anna because I think that Harika is a very solid player, so she will seize the initiative well when given a chance. So I think that Anna will play d4 today, and that she will not take any risks with white pieces.
d2, d4. And for Harika, what would you expect?
Well, it's not that easy. Her opening repertoire is quite wide, so the spectrum of the openings that she plays is were really very large.
International master Kostya Kavutsky, like I said, he writes articles for St. Louis Chess Club, analyzes the games, and he also runs the Chess Dojo channel.
There you have it. Kavutsky rings the bell.
That looked like fun.
Yeah, it does, right? That's a very large bell.
Almira was right.
I just had
D4?
one thing that I wanted to remind our audience, and you see, I'm the oracle finally, that some of the players still have 4 rounds ahead of them, but some only have 3 rounds ahead of them. So this should be taken into account, of course.
You mean after this game, after this round is over, yeah. Some players will have a bye, an extra free round, obviously. So d4, d5, c4, e6, and let me just see if my board's updating. But all right, Anna, she plays a Queen's Gambit declined as black herself, but we know that for peculiar reasons she likes to think over moves 3, 4, 5, even though she's incredibly well versed in this specific position. She still likes to take her time. Knight c3. Now, in that game where c7, c6 was
we had
played,
a game, Irina Krush and Dzagnidze played c6 and e4. Extremely sharp game.
Exactly. In peculiar move.
h6?
h6. Like, just a second. Let me just...
I'm not familiar with this move at all.
h7, h6.
I've seen it after knight f6. But not right away. I wonder if there's a difference in this move order.
Well, in the lines where we play e4, where there's a pawn on c6, it's actually more useful, for example, if we just put this variation on the board, not to weaken the d6 square. So bishop check, let's just go here, queen takes, bishop takes, queen takes, bishop e7. When the pawn is on c6, there's a nasty threat of queen d6 that you have to deal with. With the pawn still on c7, that is not a problem. But h7, h6, Almira, I look askance at this move, but I see that it's been played before.
It's been played several times before, and especially during the past few years. And I think that a lot of these games were played online because we live in an era where grandmasters have so many opportunities to try their opening repertoire online, so they can make mistakes. And this move h6 was played by Magnus Carlsen several times, and I think that you need to find a variation where it will be useful in the Queen's Gambit. So I think that in many variations where white will play bishop g5, this move is no longer possible. So let's see at the structure. So you will play knight f3. I've seen a few games played by Teimur Rajabov, Anish Giri. This is...
Very sorry, Almira, to interrupt. We made a slight mistake. So in Anna Harika's game, she played knight f6. Apparently, we have the exact same opening in the game Irina Krush, Elisabeth Paehtz. And
this is crazy.
Elizabeth played h6.
Oh, I was looking at... Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, I think it was my fault. I led us astray. I thought we were citing Anna's game and we saw h6. It was actually Elizabeth's game. But continue, because h6 works for the other game.
This should be true for both games,
right?
I think.
Right.
Well, first of all, black were using the move a6. I think this is how the theory evolves. They tried the move a6, and then they said, okay.
Look at the two boards. One has a knight on f6, one has the pawn on h6. That's Elisabeth Paehtz. Yeah, just to confuse us all.
Well, one is the more classical opening, and here you have a very creative approach. So h6, knight f3. White is not trying to refute the opening strategy immediately, so knight f3 is a very useful move here, knight f6, of course. And so, c takes d5, this defines the structure immediately. It's a Carlsbad structure, so you go for, well, you have the pawn minority here, attack, pawn minority attack later. So where do you put your bishop here if you no longer have this g5 square? Because very often, like in the variation without h6, like if knight f6 is played, if you play c takes d5, c takes d5, you play bishop g5. I would say this is a very original idea which does not allow you to put your bishop on g5. And of course, white plays bishop f4 here. So I think one of the most interesting ideas here is that after h6 and bishop f4, you can play bishop d6 immediately and exchange these dark square bishops. So after bishop d6, queen d6, you will have the usual structure. White will play e3, so you can castle. You can play bishop d3, and there are a few moves possible. Bishop g4 with a very complicated play, and c6. It's slightly better for white, but I think this is the position that Elisabeth is aiming for.
Mm-hmm. And in their head-to-head matchups, there's only a single game. I wouldn't have guessed that at all.
This cannot be true.
I mean, really, rather shocking, right? When you think of all the Olympiads and these two top ladies, they've only met once in classical chess. Wow. Must have been at a previous Cairns Cup then, too.
Probably, yes.
Right? Okay, h7, h6. Now, when I see that move, by the way, it's a move I look at askance. And what I mean by that is we are really trained from the very opening, from the very first move. It's all about play in the center. We try to control these 16 squares from start, literally to finish, but especially from the start. So some opening move that doesn't impact the center, we kind of say, well, what are you actually doing? The move h7, h6 does not impact the center, and you almost look at that move and you say, oh, I can refute it, right? You are going to have a very, very bad position after this move. And normally speaking, you try to blast open the center. Anything that's a gambit starts to become very, very attractive. So you start to think, how can I play for e4 and do it right away? So let's say an immediate e4, and we finally we do have a move, bishop f4 by Irina. An immediate e4 maybe is not the best idea. So
especially without preparation.
Exactly. So knight f3, knight f6, queen c2. So this is a kind of a way of saying, okay, I want you to move your bishop so that when I play e4, I'm not really afraid of bishop b4 check. And I would be very, very happy if you captured my pawn, because then I get, you know, the full control of the center, and I get to punish h6.
If black were to play bishop b4 here, it transposes to Nimzo with queen c2 d5, but there is this h6 move that is not necessarily an useful move.
Exactly. We did see that Irina did play bishop f4 without first capturing and defining the center, as Almira was saying, the Carlsbad. I like the move bishop f4. It doesn't seek to refute black's play. It's just basically saying, hey, I'm developing my pieces. What exactly are you doing with the move h7, h6?
If we jump to the old Georgian matchup, Nana Dzagnidze Bella, we have very symmetrical position.
I was about to say, you had asked me in a previous broadcast, did I like the double fianchetto? Well, I'd like to show you two players who do like the double fianchetto. Symmetrical position. Just one thing to say about this particular opening. I am not, let me emphasize, I am not a friend of the orangutan, 1, b2, b4. However, check this out, knight f3, knight f6, c4, g6. Here, I actually think the orangutan is actually a very useful idea. The idea is after b4, bishop g7, bishop b2, you get a specific, you're narrowing black's choices here. Black doesn't, as in the game, get to play the symmetrical. Move b2, b4 is a good way of preventing the symmetry, which now appears. And, well, okay. That it will. This game
thousands
will.
of games in the database.
Yeah, this game will be defined by who is the first to play either d4 or d5, and we'll keep an eye on that one. Just want to go back to the game of Anna for a moment, because we did have in her game the very conventional knight f6, bishop g5, and they're playing Queen's Gambit.
Main lines of Queen's Gambit
Main
declined.
lines, exactly. And then finally in our fourth, I was about to say, we went from opening to endgame. I think, wasn't this the game of Humpy and Harika?
Oh yeah, it was.
Harika, yes, earlier in the tournament, yeah. Well, again, a very theoretical dispute, but we have seen this line of play earlier in the tournament. It leads to a draw if black plays it very, very accurately. And Almira,
Yes.
what has caught your eye?
Yes, I just wanted to show you how white should proceed, or black at least. They should play rook b8, of course, in this position. How did we get this position in the previous game between Harika Dronavalli and Humpy Koneru? So white plays rook b1, so queen b1. That's how we actually get this endgame. So, which is very important, a lot of top games, of course. So rook d8 here, and bishop f3, which was played in the game that you mentioned before, Wesley So against Magnus Carlsen. So bishop a6. Oh, sorry, no, it was not bishop a6, it was me. King f8 first, then rook b3, bishop a6. Where this is, once again, this is the line that I analyzed myself. Yes, because I'm trying to improve. Every time I'm looking at this position, I'm trying to improve on this game. So let me see what happened, actually. I think rook b8, yes, rook b8, rook e8, that was the line.
Right.
And then h4,
Bishop
yes,
a6.
bishop a6. And then with a very important moment, the key moment is this in this game that you have to play bishop b2 and not something like rook e5, because after rook e5, let's say this endgame is very unpleasant because you will have a very passive rook if you will play rook e7. So this game is heading for a draw.
All right, thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, it's, how do I put it? It's like if you don't want to fight with white and you don't want to give your opponent any chances, the Scotch is a decent way of neutralizing black's counterplay, counter chances.
I need to learn how to do that, because when I play Scotch, I lose.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Did want to say, I caught up with...
In the game, Irina and Elisabeth were already in new territory. There's only 3 games in the database after bishop d6.
Wow, bishop d6. I can imagine bishop g3 inviting the trade, but only on white's terms. Funnily enough, in the game between Humpy and, yes, exactly, from yesterday, white went for this type of structure, but I would imagine bishop g3. Again, aspiring to play e2, e4, and trying to prove that maybe the pawn on h6 is misplaced.
I think Elisabeth's approach is similar to Bella's approach yesterday against Irina. Just take Irina out of preparation and not get a typical classical position, because Irina has so much knowledge, yes. And yeah, just simply third move h6, already new type of position.
Well, only 3 games after bishop d6. Well, bishop g3. I just wanted to say that yesterday we were a little bit confounded. And it goes to show that even very experienced grandmasters like myself sometimes get it completely wrong. So what had happened was one of the players didn't make the time control, but the clock reset as if the time control had been made. right? And she didn't press her clock. She overstepped the time control. And the clocks are purposely made to do that. In my time, we'd start a player's clock, and for some reason it wouldn't tick, and we'd press it and press it again. Well, the clocks of today are counting the moves. So in this particular DGT, digital game timer clock, the idea is that as soon as a player's flag falls or time control is made, it's updated. But the clock also shows whose flag fell first.
Right.
So it's
We
very
can see
nice.
it shows how many moves have been made.
Exactly.
Tracks the moves too. So yes, we received an email yesterday from the arbiter Chris Bird,
To
who
explain it.
explained that even though 30 minutes was added and they haven't reached the time control, it still showed that white flagged.
Precisely.
There was a flag, little flag on the clock.
And by the way, deputy arbiter Chris Bird, because Judith is the chief arbiter. Bishop G3 by Irina Krush. Now, tell me about Irina for a moment. She had an enormous setback yesterday. She was tied for first. She went in this game against Bella. Bella made this intuitive pawn sacrifice on the queen side, distracted her pieces, and launched this huge kingside attack that eventually brought her victory. But somewhere in between that victory, Irina could have won. She was in time trouble. She missed her chance. A loss impacts us all, but a loss where you could have won? Ooh, tell us about how she might be feeling.
It's definitely difficult to recover from that.
Yep,
But if we look at yesterday's games, there was a crazy fight.
it really was.
And
yeah?
it could have gone either way. And Irina defended extremely well. And there was only one moment where she was winning, but she had 30 seconds on the clock. So
Right.
I don't think she should feel too bad about missing it, because in 30 seconds, in a complicated position, finding the only accurate move is extremely difficult.
Yeah, the play was against her, if you will. I mean, she was mainly on the back foot,
Yes.
but the piece sacrifice that Bella made could have rebounded. But like you say, it was only 30 seconds. Very hard to find that key
And
moment.
Irina is an extremely experienced player, so I don't think she's thinking about yesterday's game.
No. But to put that loss and say, okay, it didn't happen, new game, very, very hard, right?
Of course.
Yeah, very hard. I saw that Irina is actually thinking in this position, and I was thinking to myself, well, Bishop G3 is so standard. You start to think, what could possibly be an alternative? Let me ask you, is this completely ridiculous? Knight H3? I mean, you're not going to take and invite my knight to
True,
land.
but let's say I just develop like knight f6.
Okay, very nice. And let's say I, in turn,
Are you happy with the knight on h3?
I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure.
Kind of reminds me of some Dutch lines.
Yes.
Where white does develop knight on f3 and then, h3 and goes to f4, d3, and e5.
Right. In this particular case, when you say Dutch, the pawn would be on f5 and not on f7. But I'm just trying to get into Irina's thought processes there. By the way, she
took on
did
d6.
find another alternative to bishop g3 as well as knight h3. She ended up taking. Maybe knight h3 isn't as bad as it looks. I mean, like, crickets around here. Bishop d6. One of the things that I'm very, very reluctant is help my opponent develop their pieces. Bishop takes d6 is a move I personally would have resisted. There must be a reason, a very specific reason, again, that Irina would do such a thing.
She just played e4.
And that is if she wants to play the move e2, e4. So in this particular case, remember it was that bishop b4 check that was
Yes.
bothering us without the dark square bishop. She is inviting a queen trade, and doubtlessly she's thinking, well, in this ending, I have more space, better development, and h7, h6 is a wasted move. Is that was that how do you say, computer or approved by the oracle, Almira?
If this is a prophecy you wanted to say, let's see. I wanted to show you that after bishop d6, queen d6, if not e4, I tried to understand the position a little bit. And what if white would go for another positional move, c5? Because I think it would have justified the move bishop d6, queen d6, c5, maybe queen e7. Then you simply play knight f3, knight f6, e3, castle. And I was thinking that here you could play b4, and you have a very nice position, like, doesn't give me, so, like, black has still to deal with the bishop on c8,
Right.
and reminds of some types of the Slav positions, you know, that you might get, but if you play c6 here. So I think that white has, well, a slight advantage here, but which will last. So a long-lasting advantage. But here, after e4, what I didn't like, that the dark square bishops were exchanged. So I think that after d takes e4, knight e4, queen b4, a very natural move, you will have to play queen d2. And what I don't like is that here you would have to take with the king, most probably, because knight d2, well, this is not a very good square for the knight, first of all, because you played d4, you took on e4, you exchanged queens, and after knight c6, you know, I don't think that black has any problem here, because I will develop, and I will play b6, bishop b7, and this is a very fine position for black.
And what about king? I like king on d2. King takes d2 in that variation you're
King
showing.
d2, yes, and your king marches towards the c3 square. Here, I think b6 is a very nice move because you need to develop your bishop.
All right.
Knight
King
f3.
c3.
King c3 immediately. So
Bishop b7, rook e1.
and rook e1.
Yeah, just...
I don't. This is, of course, is already a very new position, even for the computer. So he has to understand this. So maybe now you can no longer play knight f6. Maybe knight e7 would be a more interesting square, charming square.
You didn't fall for my trap. I wanted you to play knight f6 so I could capture and play d5.
Yes.
It may be early in the afternoon, but I was still pawn hunting.
So yes, that was, of course, white's idea. But
with rook
after
e1,
knight e7, yes, I avoid all traps in this position.
Very
and
clever.
how should you develop here? Knight f3 is a
Sure.
very natural move, and so I wanted to castle.
And bishop
But
to
maybe
d3.
here you have this d5 move. What
Ooh.
If I take,
So
Knight
yes,
f6
let's
check.
yes, let's calculate, and then knight f6 check.
Oh.
Knight f6, d takes f6, rook e7,
Uh,
with some
it was-
complications, yes, in the middle game.
Maybe favorable compensation. Intriguing. And with the reshuffle, once again, our defending champion is withdrawn, and with the new standings, Nasi.
we have a sole leader, Anna Zatonskih, 3 points, and sharing second are 4 players, Elisabeth Paehtz, Bella Khotenashvili, Gunay Mammadzada, and Irina Krush. And with 1.5 point, Alexandra Kosteniuk, Harika Dronavalli, and Dzagnidze. I think they all already played Koneru.
Right.
And in the last place at the moment, Zhansaya Abdumalik.
Exactly. And Anna is playing Harika, who is currently tied for 6. Okay. Intriguing. Irina, bishop takes d6. Oh, excuse me. Let me just do that again. Bishop takes d6, queen takes d6. I believe e4 is on the... is d takes e4 on the board?
Yes, and knight takes e4.
Knight takes e4.
Definitely expecting queen b4.
Yeah, queen f4 looks completely wrong. A move like queen f4 attacking knight on e4 would just invite queen f3. And again, what I was saying, I'm very, very reluctant to help my opponent develop their pieces with queen f4, queen takes f3. Queen b4 check, queen d2. And I was a little bit surprised that the computer felt that, I think it was actually b6 that Almira was playing. I was a little surprised that the computer felt that after this position, knight e7, white wasn't a smidge better. The computer said, no, 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 no. It's absolutely even. Maybe, if that is true, the move h7, h6 will
Gain more
inspire.
popularity.
Yeah, exactly. If you can get an easy equality with the black pieces, well, there you
So I
go.
think the main idea of h6 is just to avoid all those Queen's Gambit decline positions with
Right.
Bishop g5.
Yep.
So
h7, h6. Wow.
So
Yep.
how important is the surprise value in the modern chess? Because players, they've spent hours and hours repeating the variations that they've already analyzed. And as Alexandra explained in the interview, sometimes even the variations that their opponents have not played yet. So probably Irina is facing the opening idea which she didn't analyze at home.
Exactly. Again, I'm sitting there at the chessboard. I'm seeing h7, h6 more or less for the first time or second or third time. And I'm thinking to myself, well, how would I refute it? Probably, I think that it's critical to get the move e2, e4 going. Maybe it's time to try to play a Catalan, g2, g3, aspiring for bishop g2 and e4, and hoping to prove that the move h7, h6 is a waste of tempo. But that's water under the bridge, because what we have instead, I keep doing that, it doesn't want to update my board, pardon me. Where are we? Here we are. Finally, we get the update.
we just
Queen
got
to
a glimpse
d2.
of every game.
Yes, exactly. We'll walk around the arena. Queen takes d2. Again, I'm expecting Irina will recapture with her king. Knight takes d2. As you were saying, Almira, what's the knight doing on d2? It's not the most fortunate square. And this move b7, b6 seems like the way to go. The bishop is not going this direction. So b7, b6, fianchettoing. Just one other look. b7, b6, bishop e2, bishop b7, bishop f3 with the threat of a discovered check. I'm guessing knight would come out. And yeah, it's
I don't see
not-
any
not
real
that
problems
great.
for black.
It's not that great, I must admit. The bishop on f3 might look attractive, but all it's really trying to do is neutralize this bishop. Almira, over to you. Where's the action? Show me the action.
Well, maybe we should step in and play. I'll show you the action. Let's have a look, because I think that this game will be over in a few moves. Nana played d4, so she
Yes.
defined the structure first. So after d4, one of the ideas is sometimes to take with the queen, and if the opponent, I don't know why she does, if the opponent allows you to, well, after d6, you can always transfer your queen to h4. So it's a very interesting position. Some games were played already on the top level, and so, well, you're looking on your opponent's king. So after knight bd7, knight c3. This might be the position also that Nana is aiming for, but you could also take here with a knight, which is probably less usual because you will simply exchange the light square bishop, and after d5, black equalizes quite comfortably. So I think queen d4 is to be expected here.
Absolutely, and there are lifetime head-to-head matchups. These two top Georgian ladies have played each other a lot.
22 times, and Nana has 9 wins, Bella 4, and 9 draws.
So definitely a big edge there to Nana. Looking at our marquee matchup between Anna and Harika, I'm a little bit surprised by Harika's opening choice, because essentially the Queen's Gambit declined. Everybody understands Queen Gambit declined. E2, E3, H7, H6, Bishop H4. So there are a couple of schools of thought here. One school of thought is that you castle. Oops, excuse me. Why is that? You castle, knight f3, and then you say to yourself, well, how am I developing my queen side? Oh, I know. you play b7, b6, let's say rook c1, just as a conventional move, bishop b7, and you look to develop your bishop along this open diagonal, especially if you're allowed to play d5 takes e4.
And then I think pretty often here black plays knight e4 and exchanges black square bishop, right?
Indeed, and knight e4 as well as knight d7 and c5. Very, very conventional play. There are many, many, many games which continue in this fashion, takes, takes, takes. You play the move b2, b4 because you want to hold up the move c7, c5. But what you can see here is that in this particular line of play, black plays for the open diagonal. What Harika did, and also another line of play, is black plays c7, c5. Kind of a tarash, if you will, way of play. Harika didn't do this. She played bishop e7 and then c7, c6. And this isn't really considered that great way of playing. You just mentioned that one of the ways of freeing your position is to play the move knight e4. And I was always taught that after queen c2 castles, black ends up in a more passive position than you deserve. The opening shouldn't give you such a passive position. Sorry.
Would you castle long here for white?
I would definitely think about it because this is like one of those games where, yeah, I kind of feel like black has the move c7, c6, kind of like the h6. I don't really feel that that necessarily fits in the scheme of development. Another thing I start to think about as well is just what will black's next move be? Like if I castle, I can imagine I give you the idea of d takes c4 and b5. So if I make a waiting move and say...
I think black needs to still finish development, so b6, bishop, b7 would be my
Exactly.
idea.
And then it's sort of like, well, if your pawn was on c7, your bishop would already be on b7, and then you
So
might
it's
be playing for c5.
Important tempo that black spent on playing c6.
Exactly.
Or maybe Harika wants to play queen a5.
Like
early.
a Cambridge
So
Springs?
before castle,
Yeah.
after queen c2, maybe she wants to play queen a5.
Like a Cambridge Springs.
Then it's
yeah.
also surprising because she already has bishop on e7.
Correct.
Because in queen a5 lines, bishop usually goes to b4.
Exactly. And
It's like combining two different lines.
And sometimes when you make that combination of the two different lines, you end up with the disadvantage that each of them bring without any of the real advantages, something like knight d2. And it's sort of like, well, why did I put my bishop on e7, my queen on a5? What am I trying to pursue? We'll keep an eye on that because for Anna, again, this is these positions defined her career. She's been playing Queen's Gambit Declines, both sides, for many, many years. So she's going to be familiar with the nuances of this position. Almira, jump in.
Yes, I wanted to unveil the mystery of this position for you. This variation has become very popular lately, especially
Really?
because Magnus Carlsen was using this setup. And I found it extremely strange at the beginning, but then I've looked at a few games, and let's say how the game could continue. Bishop d3 is a very natural move, so castle, so white castles once again. So here d takes c4, bishop c4, b5, bishop d3, bishop b7. Here white has a few alternatives. You can play rook c1, as happened also in the game between Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen. So, or you can play a3, like Timur Rajabov played. So I really think that this is Harika's preparation. So this is the critical position for white. And I think that when they will reach this position, Anna will spend some time, quite some time here in order to make the next move.
Right. So, well, a kind of a combination of the Murano and, well, something very modern. But we have a tweet. Let's see what we've got. Brace incoming. This is from YouTube.
What goes through your mind when you've realized you walked into your opponent's preparation? Any stories from Yasser?
Oh, yes. Well, absolutely. In the good old days when you had an enormous amount of time, like 2.5 hours for your first 40 moves, and then followed by an adjournment, if you will, whenever we got surprised, the idea was to stop and to think 20, 30 minutes before responding, like to try to really get the zen and the understanding of the position. So novelties, you would see the players go into a deep freeze. Today, you don't have that luxury. You really have to be familiar with it so you're not completely thrown off track. Preparation, yeah. One of the I want to say tragedies of my career. I think that's an overstatement, but oftentimes a lot of the ideas that I had prepared for my opponents, somebody else got to show them first. It was like, no, that was my preparation. And, other players, winning novelty of the year and stuff like that. And I remember actually one of my opponents, Gyula Sachs, had walked right into my preparation in a perk defense. I completely rewrote the theory of this particular line. And White has a forced perpetual in the position if he wants. And Gyula thought for a whole hour, and I was like, please don't take the perpetual, don't do it. He went and took the perpetual. When you're surprised out of the opening, yeah, the instinct, and I think that's really a proper way of putting it, is to, neutralize what's going on, jump in. Preparation where you get caught, if you will.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of panic that you feel immediately.
Right.
But if you're playing with the white pieces, you think that you'll figure it out because white should always be okay.
Right.
Now, if you're playing with the black pieces and you walk into preparation, then you're panicking and trying to find a way to equalize and
neutralize the new idea. Yeah, right. Almira, jump in. You have a lot of experience, maybe where you out-prepared somebody or vice versa.
Well, this is true, but I also wanted to add that, in the modern era, the value of the novelty is really relative, especially when I was doing commentary for the top events. I realized that those elite players, they analyze almost every possible move at every possible position. So it's not that easy to surprise now, like a top player. So I think that they're extremely well prepared, and especially that at home now with the use of the computers, you can push your preparation very, very deep. And one of the players who impresses me the most by doing so is Fabiano Caruana. He knows, I think, almost every opening. And if you remember the game when he played against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave at the second leg of the candidates in Yekaterinburg, and he unleashed the novelty in the Najdorf. That was one of the most interesting situations that I've witnessed in the modern chess, where Maxime Vachier-Lagrave had to face a computer preparation till the move, I think, almost 40, if I remember it correctly. And, he had to find every single move to stay alive in this game. And then when he solved his opening problems, finally, his mind was so tired that he couldn't defend, his end game. Yeah. So actually this, I think, is a perfect example to illustrate how things go in the modern era.
Right. Have either of you had the experience where you're playing and your opponent makes a sacrifice, makes a move that sacrifices, and you think to yourself, oh dear, I shouldn't take the sacrifice because my opponent's prepared it with a computer, but you want to, and you decline the sacrifice, fearing preparation, fearing the chess engine. And then after the game, you ask your opponent, well, what if I had taken? And they say, I'm sorry, I mixed up my preparation. So your opponent mixes up their preparation, and you don't take advantage of it because you're afraid that it was good preparation. Did that ever happen?
I've done it myself.
You mixed up your preparation.
Yes. And my opponent thinks I'm playing this gambit.
Right.
And doesn't walk into it because they're afraid I have something prepared. Meanwhile, I'm thinking, please don't take. Please don't take. Yeah.
How about you, Almira? Have you ever been wrong-footed?
Well, I think it's important to trust yourself, so you have to calculate. Even this situation is very difficult. And well, I had another idea in mind, but I don't remember it anymore. So yes, I think that yes, that was the thing. I think it's the human nature is to go for the concrete line. So very often you will be driven to the variation, which encourages you to take the piece. So
right.
I think to decline it simply out of fear is completely irrational, especially for chess players who like to be very precise.
Right. Exactly. And by the way, thank you for reminding us of that story of the candidates. Really, it's still one of the most extraordinary stories in the history of chess. You have one of the most important tournaments of the year, the candidates. That tournament will create the challenger to the world champion. Half the event was played in Russia, and then a year pause. And it was a double round robin, and then Fabi came back against MVL, who was doing incredibly well in that, and had a preparation, like you said, Almira, that went for almost 40 moves deep, and it was really quite an extraordinary tournament. A 1-year pause in the middle of the tournament.
Yeah.
Like, hello, what?
I think that's the only time it has happened, right?
Yeah, I mean, really a historical experience. I wanted to go to the game of Nana and Bella for a moment because this was really a very popular position, I want to say, in the 80s. This whole idea of the hedgehog in particular was very, very popular indeed. D7, D6, and you were saying queen to H4, knight B8 to D7, knight C3. And some of the games that I recall really went an incredibly long-winded variation. Let's say rook here. And I think it was a game of Garry Kasparov, if I'm not mistaken. One of the ideas that White wants to do is he wants to post his knight on G5 so that he can play knight to D5 and really put some pressure on the pawn on H7. And it was an extraordinary idea to play rook to C5 with the idea of rook to H5 and queen over to A8. And some of these variations, seriously, they went very, very, very deep.
We had a surprise move by Bella. She played knight A6.
Knight A6. Okay, that's a different twist with the pawn still on D7, right?
So I'm guessing knight's going to C5.
That's a good guess. Yeah. And as I see it, this move has actually been played before. Maybe it's not the most conventional, but it does beg the question, after queen H4, let me play a bad move for you, if you don't mind for just a second. If you play D6 and I go knight G5, and you go bishop takes, can I play like bishop?
Trouble.
Yeah, exactly. Can I oopsie daisy? Yeah, I think I'm going to be winning at least a pawn in this line.
I think idea of knight A6, one of the ideas is that since black's not spending a tempo on D6,
yes,
black just wants to play D5. So on queen H4, let's say D5 right away.
D5, okay, so rook to D1, yeah. I want to take, and again, I'm aspiring to play the move knight G5, and I'm hoping I'll force some weaknesses on
maybe just
the
E6.
E7, E6, just like that. Wow. So the knight on A6 isn't an issue.
It wants to go to E4.
It's en route, huh? And wow. Okay. I'm kind of looking at it with new eyes for a moment. I mean, the conventional side of me is saying you shouldn't really be able to do this because I'm thinking I'm playing a Catalan, and I'm not 100% sure what you're doing, but
You have a queen on h4. I don't
That's
think
true.
I've seen that in catalog.
yeah. The queen might. Well, okay. I mean, I don't know. I might end up on h3 one day. We'll keep an eye on this very important
On knight
matchup.
c3, I might go knight e4 right away.
Knight c3, knight e4. Well, there, you know, the whole idea of knight c3 was to stop you from doing this. But yeah, knight takes e4, bishop takes b2.
Should I take the queens first?
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe you want to.
Yeah, I will
because
take the queen first.
because knight g5 might cause an upset. Take the queen first, take the queen, now take the bishop. I don't think I'm refuting anything
I'm
here.
happy to move the bishop back.
Well, be careful, because I do have a trick.
Knight d6.
Yeah, that's on my agenda. So you might...
I go to e5 then.
Well, hold on, it's not that easy for you, right? If you go to e5, you're giving me a tempo maybe to bring my knight back into civilization. I'm starting to look at knight d6. I might get interested in the outcome suddenly here.
Maybe bishop a3 was better than
Yeah, exactly.
I just didn't want to leave the diagonal. But
Right. Oh, you're right, because then I take
I'm
a
losing
pawn.
a pawn. I know who I'm playing.
Good morning, St. Louis. I'll take the peshki. That's a good pawn. Well, okay, something to think about. Again, knight a6. Yeah.
It changes up the position. It's not
Truly.
that, what's the word I'm looking for? Symmetrical. Changes up position with
No,
knight
the
a6.
symmetry is definitely broken. Jump in, Almira. This move, knight a6, not at all what I'm more familiar with. The modern practice, statistically speaking, how does this move fare?
Not at all. This move is quite rare. So there have been a few games, but for example, the top game that I have in this line was played by Vasily Invachuk in 1990. So probably he originated this idea,
Right.
the opening. So he didn't want to play knight c6, I think, and to keep this possibility to exchange the light square bishops. I was thinking, I just wanted to show. So let's say if
Knight
White
c3.
plays knight c3. Black has this wonderful idea of playing knight e4 and exchange a few pieces. So let's say queen e3. So then you simply take on c3, takes on c3, queen takes c3, and here you have it, knight a6 goes to c5. Of course, the computer relates this position as slightly better or even much better now for white because it hesitated for a while. So because you have a lot of space, but I'm not sure if you will be able to exploit it immediately. So it's a type of position where there is a lot of maneuvering. You have to keep an eye like on the queen side, on the king side, and always be alert. So this is very unpleasant with black.
And that's variation you just showed as with the move knight c3. Beside the move knight c3, is white trying to exploit this position with alternatives to knight c3?
Yes, you can play queen h4, but for example, this move is not featured in the database, so it could be a novelty. Once again, I don't have the correspondence database there, and you have, surprisingly, you have a lot of games here. So after queen h4, the computer suggests d5,
Right.
rook d1.
Yeah.
Of course, you shouldn't take on d5, so e6. You protect the pawn on d5. And then, you can take, c takes d5, e takes d5. You can put your knight on d4, which will be interesting. But then I think that this move comes in handy, so then you can play knight c5 and knight to e4. So this is where we actually understand a black's concept. So
What
here,
if white goes knight c3 like Yasser was suggesting? Can black play knight e4 after knight c3?
immediately here,
Yes.
yes, knight c3. Yes, the computer gives knight e4, and the position, is probably equal after queen takes d8, rook a takes d8, and then, you will have to make a choice here because you cannot take on e4, of course. You can play knight d4, but, I wouldn't try this here, I think.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look...
Doesn't feel right.
Yeah,
yes.
it doesn't. I was trying knight takes e4 actually against not trading queens. Knight takes e4, bishop takes b2, rook b1. I think is what Nasi and I were just
knight
looking
e4. Yes, but
Yeah.
We missed something.
You missed something in your
Oh,
analysis.
the knight is getting trapped on h4.
So
What?
Bishop b2, then
Rook
take on
B.
e4 and g5.
Oh, we were nicely going back with the bishop. We were thinking not to allow. Oops, there you go. That's why the computer is a good spell checker, tactical checker. By the way, just on that note, because you're mentioning correspondence games. So for me, when I started very late in chess. I started as a 12-year-old. Today, 5, 6, 7. But as a 12-year-old, later, as I was playing in tournaments and coming up through the ranks, I was really stunned to discover that people played correspondence chess. And the idea was so remarkable for me that you would have 2 weeks to make one move.
2 weeks?
2 weeks, because they would literally play by mail, right? So like you'd get these these cards that would come in and say, I take your bishop and da-da-da. And these games would last for years, years to begin with, but the tournaments would last decades. You know? And I was like, I was amazed. When you discovered that there was such a thing as correspondence chess, was it impactful for you when you, or were you even aware?
Well, I think when players play correspondence chess now, they do it online.
They do it by online.
So I think they have just few hours, maybe a day or two.
Right.
So I didn't even know they played for years.
Years. And Almira, did you discover the amazing world of correspondence chess? Because those guys analyzed deeply their novelties, and you're saying your correspondence.
Yeah, of course, I was
database.
referring to the modern correspondence database because, well, those games are the source of major novelties nowadays. So,
Exactly.
But of course, like as you would say, in the time of yore, you know,
Yes.
I was still playing the tournaments where you would adjourn games. So yes, it was fascinating. That's how people would analyze for hours, and when in correspondence chess, but when you would adjourn games, you would have an evening to analyze your games. But I loved the ritual as well, the sealing the move in the envelope. I think there is something incredibly romantic about it.
Exactly. We'll get to that as well. But again, for those of you who are joining us a little bit late, we did have our defending champion, Humpy Koneru, withdrawing from the tournament, totally reshuffles her standings because all of her games are annulled. Literally, if you won or drew her earlier in the tournament, it doesn't matter. You're not getting a bye, but future opponents will get a free day. Her games will be rated. Okay,
Right.
so whatever the first 4 games that she played will get a rating, but again, her results will no longer count towards the tournament, which meant that our whole standings got readjusted. And let's just take a quick look now with Humpy's withdrawal, how that impacted our standings. Anna Zatonskih.
Didn't affect our sole leader, Anna Zatonskih, because she hadn't played Koneru yet.
Exactly.
So she's in the sole lead in the first place with 3 points. And in second place, there are 4 players. Yesterday it was Kosteniuk and Dzagnidze, but today new players Elisabeth Paehtz, Khotenashvili, Gunay Mammadzada, and Irina Krush are sharing the second place.
And Gunay
Has a bye today.
Now, if you look at Alexandra Kosteniuk, Alexandra actually made light of the situation. She said, I didn't think it was possible to lose 2 points in one day, but essentially that's what happened. One of her victories had been against Humpy, that's taken away, but then she lost as well to Anna yesterday, so she lost 2 points
in one day.
But okay, yeah, she made light of the situation. But yeah, it's a very, very awkward situation for everybody involved. And for Humpy, who I'm sure did not want to withdraw illness, forced her to do that. Almira, what has caught your eye as we were bringing our viewers up to date on the
Yes, sir. I
standings.
actually wanted to
Yes.
make a comment, like on a positive note.
Yes.
This game, which Alexandra won against Humpy Koneru, will probably make it to my 60 memorable games when Alexandra will write this book. So if you haven't seen it yet, of course, please check this game on our site, and of course, it's beautifully analyzed. So let's move to the game between Irina, Krush, and Elisabeth.
Yes.
Well, I'm a bit puzzled here that Elisabeth is still thinking. You know, she spent quite some time on her next move. So, if not knight e7, what could she be thinking about? Because there is also a very natural move, knight d7, but then she needs to consider this move d5, of course.
Exactly.
Then it justifies white play, rook e1 was played. So what happens after d5? It might change the structure here, but can black castle long here? Because I'm trying to get into Elisabeth's mind.
Right.
Like into John Malkovich's head. You know. So is this variation possible? Because yes, she will have a slightly different type of structure, but maybe she will use the fact that she's way ahead in the development and the king is on c3 now, so maybe she can use this somehow. Let's say, for example, if you will develop your bishop on d3, now I have this move knight e5, you will have to play bishop c2, knight f6, and black has quite a dynamic play here.
Right. Bishop d3 is a rather provocative. Knight f3 instead. And again, I like playing against pawn weaknesses. Pawn weaknesses lead to pawn losses. And now, perhaps, bishop d3?
Let's try this, because I'm trying to understand how this will affect
I'm
the
surprised by the evaluation, because
The
black should be
evaluation,
worse.
exactly.
The pawn on e6 is just weak.
You think it sticks out like a sore thumb, but the computer says dynamic play.
Yes, dynamic play, and especially I think that while the rooks are still on the board, you know, we had this discussion with Irina, you know, she also thinks about those concepts. So should you keep the rooks, how it will affect the middle game, which end game I should enter. So, but maybe this is still not that much, yes, after rook f8. And how should you continue here with white? Because, okay, you developed your pieces, but your king is on c3.
If I take on f6, in the position that you have on your board, as, again, Elisabeth, the time,
Look at
she's
She spent 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Yeah, and bishop to e4, right? I look at the bishop on your board, Almira, and I'm saying bishop on b7 is better than my bishop on d3, so I'll neutralize it with the move bishop to e4. And I am hoping, against hope, bishop takes, rook takes, that in the long run, I always like that as a commentator, annotation. In the long run, white stands better. But in the short term, the computer's completely.
Well, if I
Yes, please.
if I
do.
dare to disagree,
Yes.
I think that here, even I don't know what computer proposed, but from a human perspective, you have this possibility to play knight c5 and next a5. Let's say you will make rook f3,
Sure.
a5. This knight will always protect the pawn on e6, and if you play a3, I will have this move also
Absolutely.
at my disposal. So I think that this position is rather balanced, especially that you have this possibility to play knight c5 and a5.
By the way, what you just pointed out is a hugely important concept, this idea of a5, if you will. So the idea of a5 is to stop b4 and to secure the square. And the move a3 can be considered as a positional mistake because a4 cements the knight. But what you have to do as white is play very slowly, b3, a3, b4, and boot the knight away very, very slowly. Intriguing that the pawn on e6, which I would say, hey, it's just a weak pawn, it stands out like a sore thumb. Computer says, no. And one other result of Humpy's withdrawal is very personal. We have to redo our picks because, well, the defending champion was a big favorite, and she's missing. And if we, let's first of all recall what we all said.
So it should be just VAR and I who change our picks, right?
Just for, well, let's see. Okay, I, of course, was brilliantly insightful. I had chosen Alexandra, and she was leading throughout until yesterday. And this is what we have. Well, first of all, it's going to be very unfair because we've got one player, Anna Zatonskih, who is, cruising +1, a full point ahead. We can't all jump on the bandwagon and says, Anna. So we have to play for second.
So
How's that?
everyone wants to pick?
For second.
No, everyone wants to change their answers? I don't think Sabina would change her answer.
No, Sabina.
Yeah.
You know what? What we have? We have a Varusian.
We just heard that VAR picks Kosteniuk.
Ooh.
But you're not allowed to pick Anna.
But yes, we're not allowed to pick Anna.
This
Anna,
is a very...
Because,
Yes.
I mean, she's a...
This is a very unusual draft.
I'm waiting.
Can we wait and see how today's game goes?
No. You've already got the 4 rounds underneath your belt.
Oh,
here.
you have the insider's information as well.
I mean, first of all, if you were to change your pick and to choose Bella, for example,
I was just
the
going to say.
trend would be in your favor. Remember, she started 0-2,
Yes.
and then she won 2 in a row.
I was going to pick Bella.
No, really?
Yes.
I thought it was Jedi mind tricks that I was playing. What about yourself, Almira? Who's your pick after 4?
Well, I stay true to myself, Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Alexandra Kosteniuk. And
What about
VAR
you,
is,
Yasser?
yeah, well, I mean, it's almost like those shows. There used to be these shows where there would be a curtain, and you could say, okay, I'm going to pick curtain number 3, and then they'd show you a fail, right? And now you could change your pick, right? I'd almost want to change my perspective there. I think Irina, we're looking at a handshake coming up in this game of Alexandra.
And Alexandra looks very disappointed.
Yeah, well...
Probably because she is such a fighter. She loves to fight with white or black.
hoping
and
for a
fighting game. And
yeah.
Zhansaya chose a line where it's if she wants to make a draw, she can. So.
Right. You know, I'm going to change my pick. I'm going to go with Irina. I'll change my pick. I'm going to join Sabina. I admit Sabina was the first to suggest Irina, but I'm seeing a good form. I'm seeing an in-form Irina, and I think the game against Bella yesterday, she's going to put that behind her, and yeah, I'm changing my pick. Terrible, I know.
And we have to let Anna know that we're not allowed to pick her.
Right, exactly.
She'll be surprised. She's in
Right.
the first place. No one picks her.
And here we have our first result of round 5.
Right, we have a draw between Abdumalik and Kosteniuk.
Exactly. Just picking up on the game of Anna for a moment. Again, she's playing a player tied for second, Harika. Anna, like I said, she knows these Queen's Gambit in and out. She's played C4 takes.
I think Harika is sharing
D5.
second.
Oh, that's right.
We're so confused
Sorry,
now.
yes, she's actually behind.
Yeah.
She's -1 exactly. C4 takes D5. Anna, once after E takes D5, I'm sure we transpose into thousands of games, and Anna wanted to do that. Knight takes D5 is an
So that
indication like a
allows-
Lasker variation, right?
Right, bishop e7 and possibly
Queen
e4.
takes E7. So usually they play Rook C1. Something like castles. Let me just throw some moves on the board for a moment. Let's say Bishop E2, Knight takes, Rook takes. This is an old idea of Emanuel Lasker. Black gets to play the move E5, trade a few minor pieces, and to get this position. Now, White might be thinking, hey, I've got some kind of a space advantage. I want to keep pieces. I might play the move bishop to g3, inviting a completely different structure. Knight takes c3, b takes c3. I'm assuming you play for b6 and c5.
Anna did exchange already on e7.
She did already.
She just did. Queen e7, and you mentioned rook c1, which is probably the theoretical line.
Sure.
What about e4? Can I play e4 here?
Knight takes c3, b takes c3. I assume I'm supposed to play e5. If you look at this position and the bishop is crying, like, hey, coach, get me into the game. Yeah, let me out. So that's why I'm playing the move e6, e5. I'm hoping for lots of trades, and then the bishop is liberated.
I have just a small piece of information.
Please,
the
Almira,
move
jump in.
Bishop g3 was played by Anna's husband. So
Daniel
once
Friedman?
again,
Daniel played bishop g3?
Yes, she's deviating from maybe her home preparation.
Right.
Like yesterday, she chose another line. So it's like Daniel is pulling his hair off right now.
Did Daniel win that game?
Well, let me have a look. I wanted to show you this game. So bishop knight d5, bishop g3. And actually, the move which was played in this game is queen a5, not knight c3. And Daniel made a draw.
Okay.
So maybe Anna is right.
Anna wants to improve.
Thank you for that. Nazi, you were saying bishop takes e7, queen takes e7. Quick question for you here. When I have traded those traded the bishops, you're going to be playing for e5, right? So I'm thinking, I want to cross you up. I know you're going to play for e5. So I'm going to play the move queen b3. So in this particular case, the idea, yes,
c3?
If you take on c3, the idea was I wanted to recapture with my queen.
Stop my e5.
To stop your liberation. At the same time, if you try to go
c5
b6.
maybe.
Right, I was about to say, you can't play
Not
b6.
yet, though, because g7's hanging.
Right.
Here I might have to go knight f6 and put the knight back to d5.
Right, okay, interesting. So trying to cross you up, but we have a very special guest in studio. Almira, back over to you.
Alexandra, welcome to the studio. Today you made a draw. First, a small question about the game. Were you disappointed that this was a no game finally? Did you want to have a chance with black today?
No, I was relieved. You can never be disappointed. It was a fast draw with black after you lose with white in the previous day. And especially, I didn't only lose one game, I lost 2 games yesterday, apparently, as it turned out, which is a complete nonsense, of course.
Yes, I wanted to ask you, Alexandra, about the situation, which affected the whole tournament, and you're probably the player who was affected the most by Humpy's withdrawal. So how do you feel about this now?
Yeah, the whole night. I mean, we were discussing it, and Nana also texted me because she also was very disappointed. Nana and I, 2 players who suffered the most, and of course I knew about such a rule, but I've been playing chess for more than 30 years, and never such a situation actually happened in my tournament. And this rule is so ridiculous because I don't know how it's supposed to be, but when you win a game, it's like your property. You suffered through it, you fought. You prepared. It's like 10 hours of your life you dedicated to your game. And okay, the result can be different, of course, but you won it. And then somebody said, oh, it's not yours anymore. I don't know what is the way. I know it's a tricky situation, and it's very hard to find the ideal solution. But probably some players should be getting more or less. But I think there should not be a situation where you just taken away your point or half a point or whatever. And I was very, very disappointed. And just before the game, I realized that actually I was lucky. Imagine if both Koneru and Harika withdrew. Then, I would finish the game with +1, being on +1, and I would start the next round being on -1. I mean, this is a ridiculous situation. I don't know, it's definitely a question. Of course, the rules are the rules. You cannot change them throughout the tournament, but it just shows how ridiculous these rules are, and probably they should be reconsidered. And actually, I also learned, I didn't prepare today. I was lucky that my opponent picked this opening. But I learned that the same situation happened in St. Louis last year when Carson withdrew. Okay, only after 3 rounds he withdrew, and but nevertheless he already won against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, benefited a lot from this situation because he kind of almost got a point. Okay, I lost a point, and Nana lost a point, and that's it's not only about points, but about, as I said, the fact that we spent so much time preparing and playing, and the other players, they're just getting a free extra day. And for me right now, playing the 3rd tournament in a row, I'm running on energy so much, and then points just getting, stolen from me. That's completely, it just feels unfair. Okay, I know there is a 10th prize that is left. Probably it should be distributed between the players who actually played this game. Somehow, 4 players did play this game and they did spend their time. So yeah, I don't know. Again, it's a very unfortunate situation. Of course, health comes on the first place. We know that, we don't discuss it, but what I try to make a point that it just feels very unfair. You finish the game. If you finish, already very hard game, right? I lost yesterday. You finish, your situation is +1 and everything seems to be okay, but then you suddenly realize that you are on 50%. Yeah.
Thank you, Alexandra, and I really hope that FIDE will take this situation into consideration, and this will set up a precedent, and maybe a few things will be changed in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. Competitor indeed, as she's really feeling the withdrawal and what it means. As we come up to our first break of this round 5, it means that we should check in with our friends at Q Boutique and see what today's special is. We have for you men's and women's polos. This is the official polo of the 2023 Cairns Cup chess tournament. It is crafted from 100% polyester and features the Cairns Cup logo on the left breast and the St. Louis Chess Club logo on the back of the collar. Stay comfortable and stylish while you make your next move. Available in men's and women's style only on QBoutiqueSt.Louis.com. And we're going to be back on the other side of this break. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is WGM and former U.S. Women's Champion Sabina Feuscher. I'm very excited to be here in St. Louis at the 3rd edition of the Cairns Cup. I'll be taking over St. Louis Chess Club's social media accounts. So please, if you want to interact with me and see more behind-the-scenes actions and videos of the players, be sure to follow St. Louis Chess Club's social media accounts.
The Muni in Forest Park.
It's your move. The Muni premiere of chess plays the Muni through July 11th. Sponsored by St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. For tickets, muni.org.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone. We have one result so far in round 5, and it was a draw between Abdumalik and Kosteniuk.
Exactly, and we have a bye for Gunay today in round 5 due to illness. Our defending champion, Humpy did withdraw. Let's jump right into the play in the all-Georgian matchup. I want to say that we have a theoretical dispute going on. Knight takes e3, bishop takes e3, bishop takes c3, queen takes c3. The players have reached a position, played several times in the past, and knight c5 as well as d5 have been the two conventional moves. Queen c7, as played, the current moment is a novelty.
I think d5 has been played before and knight c5.
Exactly. And queen e3 quickly played. I was about to say that the queen's
head into h6.
Yeah. We see that black is preparing the move d5 in a nicer way. The move queen e3, I like to call that a dual purpose move. Gift me the pawn, I do want to take, but also the second, I have the, well, a threat might be strong, but I have the idea of playing queen h6. If I can set up this pattern, we should all have this hardwired into our consciousness. Queen h6, knight g5, checkmate on h7. So queen e3 was the last move.
I also think for white, if queen h6 doesn't work out, there's h4, h5, h6 ideas.
Once you get your queen on h6, right? So for example, if I play, I don't know, a conventional move like d6, what you're saying is if I eliminate the knight, you still have h4, h5. Indeed. Let's take a look. I want to go to the game of Irina and Elisabeth because the players reached this position with knight e7, something that we had been following. I had played the move knight f3 with the idea, well, development, good. Knight f3, bishop to d3, and away we go. Irina said, let me capture some space on the queen side, b5. If the knight comes to c6, sort of like I want to tag you and push you away from attacking the pawn on d4. Elisabeth said, okay, I'll put my knight on d7, play the move a5, provoke b5. I always love this, don't ask me why, but whenever I had these positions where I developed my rook for free, without moving the rook, I was like, yes. This was a small victory.
That happens often in the English opening.
Yes, exactly, that a file is open and the rook is sitting on an open file very, very nicely. Irina said, no, not for you. I will continue with my space-grabbing ways, b5, and we're up to date on this board.
Pretty equal?
Yeah, I was going to say from the engine's perspective, the engine says black is just fine. From the human perspective, I actually like white. I actually like the space. I like playing bishop d3, and somehow the king feels actually kind of comfy on this unconventional square.
But black has done nothing wrong, so that's why...
And there's no weaknesses that you could point to in black's camp and say, I'm going to punish you for having done X or Y. Our tournament leader, very surprising, Anna Zatonskih, she comes into this tournament the lowest rated player in the field. She scored 3 out of 4 to take a clear 1-point lead.
Heavily underrated player.
And there you go. She'll appreciate you very much for having said that. Somehow she has been playing a variation that, funnily enough, her grandmaster husband, Daniel Friedman, had this position as white. Daniel played the move bishop to g3, and as Almira was telling us that this was a game of Daniel, I had this picture in my mind of husband and wife doing the dishes together, just washing and drying the dishes, and Daniel saying to his wife, why didn't you play bishop g3? Why didn't you follow my game? And Anna saying, but sweetheart, I don't study your games. Who studies your games? Nobody's interested in your games. So I had this thought. What do a husband and wife do? No, that's not what happened. In fact, we do have a setup. Again, Queen's Gambit declined. I can imagine on a good day you would like to get a minority attack started with b4. If I was in Harika's shoes, I'd probably want to play a5 just to slow down such an idea.
Or also maybe knight f6, knight e4 is an idea for black.
Knight f6, knight e4, you bet. I would expect, in fact, I would very much expect that black will be aspiring to do that. And there we have it, getting caught up, one game already in the history books, a quick draw.
Between Zhansaya and Alexandra?
There you go. There you go. And I just want to say that thank you to our audience for coming and sharing your day with us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out, but also I'd like you to enjoy and join the conversation. And there's a way for you to do that.
You can send us your tweets using hashtag Cairns Cup, or you can tag us using St. Louis Chess Club, YouTube, Twitch channels, and I think it's the same handle for Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, all across all social media.
Outstanding, and that's the way you do it. Join the conversation. We love to be stumped by your question, and we're going to get set up for a very, very special guest here in the St. Louis area. We're not quite there, but okay, we've just seen castles, and you like the move knight f6 for Harika. I was thinking about that, and I was wondering, after I jump with knight e5, key question for you. How are you going to handle knight e5?
I have a couple of different options.
Yes. Yes.
What do you want me to say?
I was thinking that you were going to play knight d7.
I'm planning.
You know, just to challenge my knight, because the crazy part is I didn't think a trade of knights was particularly beneficial for me. So I
Would
was.
you consider f4, or is that too much?
Against knight d7, yeah, might have takes and f7, f6, yeah. Okay, we are ready with a very special guest with Almira. Over to you, Almira.
Yes, I'm joined in the studio by Nick Ragon. Welcome.
Good to be here.
Yes, thank you, Nick. You serve as executive Vice President, yes, if I'm not mistaken, and Chief Marketing and Communications Officer for Ascension. Please tell us more about Ascension and what is your role there?
We are the nation's largest nonprofit Catholic healthcare system. We're based here in St. Louis, and I oversee our marketing. And about 8 or 9 years ago, I reached out to Rex Singfield and said, how can we help heal North St. Louis County and the Ferguson area? And we came up with a nonprofit called Your Move Chess, which is really about creating more access at the scholastic level. And you know, Rex has been committed to that in the chess club. And so it funds all the after-school chess in Ferguson. And I fell in love with the game about 10 years ago. My wife played and she taught my son, and I learned at the same time. And I believe that chess is an amazing game to help create life skills for children, to reinforce the love of learning, particularly in math and music. There's a lot of similarities. And it's something that you could play for life. It's just amazing. Families play together. My family plays together. And so I'm so proud in St. Louis that we, thanks to Rex and his vision, we've become the epicenter of global chess here. And that's something that our community, as a community leader, we take enormous pride in.
Well, and I have an exclusive piece of information that you're an avid chess player yourself. You love chess and you follow videos on YouTube.
I do.
So
I'm a big Daniel Narditsky fan, his speed run. So I started watching that a couple years ago, and I've improved my chess.com rating from about 1,400 to 1,800. And so my wife jokes that I spend more time with him than I do her, watching him, and I love watching Eric Hansen, who's a good friend, and John Bartholomew. And I think, you know, part of what St. Louis has done, and the chess club and Rex and his vision, is created this ecosystem where people could stream now. You know, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, that didn't exist, and now Caro is one of the biggest streamers. Magnus is streaming. You have people like Daniel and John Bartholomew and the Chess Bras, and it's helped create this ecosystem of chess that is not only transforming St. Louis, but really, I mean, chess has boomed over the last few years, and I think St. Louis and the chess club and Rex and his vision and what he's done has helped spur that.
Indeed, and well, I think that you also have your own YouTube channel.
I do. You know, a couple months ago, I'm a historian by nature. I've written 5 books, and I started a YouTube channel about history. And so my brother and I, and we've created over 100 films in the last month and 2 months. We have 100,000 views, 1,000 subs if you go to Nick Ragone on YouTube. And it's really about telling stories. And at some point, I'm going to do something on Bobby Fischer, maybe Fischer Spassky. And I know we had a great exhibit here at the Chess Hall of Fame on 72 and the World Championship. And I love telling stories. And I think the chess story, particularly during the Cold War era, when chess was a proxy for, you know, the larger battle between East and West, as you know, telling that story. And so I'm looking forward on my YouTube channel at some point, and I want to interview Rex, which I think would be amazing. But I want to, and he's met Bobby Fischer. I want to tell that story to introduce it to younger kids who play chess who don't know who Bobby Fischer was, or they don't know in 1972 how chess for a couple months during the summer was the most watched thing on the planet. And I just think that's an amazing moment in time.
Well, I don't know if you know it, but that's something you shared with Daniel Naroditsky, so I hope that he's watching your YouTube channel. And I couldn't help but notice that you have this Ascension Charity Classic. I know that Ascension is the big supporter of St. Louis chess program, but tell me a little bit about what is this exactly?
Sure, it's our golf tournament, our PGA Tour event at Norwood. We created it 3 years ago. Again, similar to when we created Your Move Chess in North St. Louis County. It was about taking a sport, professional golf, that isn't really known for being diverse and inclusive, putting it in the Ferguson area, North St. Louis County, and taking all the proceeds and putting it back into charity. So in this case, the Boys and Girls Club, Urban League, Mary Grove, and growing the game of golf in North St. Louis County. And so we're going up on our 3rd year, and I'm proud to say it's the most attended event on PGA Tour Champions. It's the most profitable. And in year 2 now, it's already the most charitable. We gave away $1.3 million last year, $2 million overall. And I'm enormously proud that in a couple short years, golf, professional golf now is driving charitable donations and making the game more diverse and inclusive. And I took a lot of the inspiration of creating that from what Rex has done with chess here and building an ecosystem that's about giving back to the community.
Oh, yes, this is a wonderful initiative. And I assume you play golf?
I play golf. I'm probably better at chess now than I am in golf. If I was as good at golf as chess, I'd be happy. But my enthusiasm outpaces my skill.
That's a very important quality to have. Could you compare those 2 games?
Yeah, they're both strategy-based. You know, they're both about thinking moves ahead. I mean, chess is clearly about strategy, right, and calculating. Golf is very similar. It's a marathon, not a sprint. You're thinking ahead, and you're thinking about where to place the ball and how to compete. And I think there's a lot of life lessons to be involved with chess. If you're younger, you learn how to plan and you make decisions and strategize, and decisions have consequences. Golf is very similar. And in fact, I sit on the board of First Tee, which is an organization that introduces golf to young kids, particularly in underserved areas. And I think chess and golf are 2 life skills, if you're a younger kid, that you could take with you forever. You could play it forever. And it's also good, you know, if you become a business person, you need to know how to play golf. And if you learn how to play chess, that's something you can do for your whole life.
Thank you very much. I have one last question. I know that you follow the tournament every day. Who is your favorite to win this tournament?
You know, I'm curious to see if Anna can hold on. I think having an IM win would be a big deal. I'm sure she'd get a GM norm. And so I think, you know, with Humpy withdrawing, it changes it a little bit. But I'm rooting for her. I think it'd be great for the game to have an IM win a tournament that's predominantly GMs. And I've loved watching the action. I just think it's fantastic. And I think the Cairns Cup has become, in a short amount of time, the premier event.
It is a real landmark on the chess scene. Thank you very much. This was a very insightful interview.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Nick, very much indeed. I didn't know about Nick's History channel, but I encourage you, Nick, please do interview Rex, because Rex is one of those people that not only loves history, but loves, in particular, St. Louis history. And whenever you get into a conversation with Rex about chess, he'll be the first to point out that St. Louis hosted the first World Championship ever, along with New York and New Orleans, Steinitz Zukertort, 1886. And he'll point out to you there was the home of T.S. Eliot, and he loves the history of St. Louis. By the way, I wanted to jump into the game because I was very surprised. As an answer to Queen E3 came Queen C5. Bella essentially provoked Nana into doing something that she wants to do, which was to play Queen h6. Now, after Queen h6, the threat of Knight g5, it's such a, I want to say, terrifying. You have to take the knight.
Kill it.
You have to kill it.
F3.
You have to give up a very, very good bishop. Bishop takes f3. I'm assuming the rook is going to go to d8. Yeah, I would think that rook c8 is actually a more attractive move, the half-open file. There is unfortunately a tactical issue with that. So after rook d8, rook d1, well, I mean, it feels like a nice advantage for white, more space.
Can go to e5, and then if necessary, if the attack becomes too strong, exchange it on g7 or offer an exchange. And yeah, white does have a pleasant advantage because we have a bishop against knight in an open position. But I think black can hold this game if played accurately.
Okay, just to continue a feature, I think because, you know, again, I love these outposts. Rook on d5 makes a very pleasing impression. Queen g7, queen h4. When I'm ahead in space, I want to keep pieces and on the board. I'm kind of, it's easier for me,
sure.
is what I want to say. I feel I have more fluidity in the position, and f7 to f6 is not a move that you particularly want to play your queen on g7. But okay, we'll keep an eye on this one. And Almira, jumping over to you, what has caught your eye in this round 5?
I just wanted to come back to this position which you had on your board. And the very usual move that we see nowadays, I think that you could try the move h4 here. You know, so I think it's a very interesting continuation.
Right.
Yes, so this, of course, you threaten to play h5, maybe to open the h file, play king g2, and then bring your rook to h1.
More than ever, I'm thinking queen g7 has to come to kick that queen out of the way.
So let's say queen e5 here,
right.
Of course. So maybe now your move rook a d1,
right.
Queen g7.
Yeah.
And now that I provoked it, so I can play queen e3. I like the
to keep the queens on the board.
To keep the queens on the board, of course.
Right.
And then, what can you try here? Let's say knight c5, because you.
Well, I'm feeling the peshki on e7 needs a little protection.
Oh yes, I can take this. I haven't even seen this. So queen e3 actually poses a lot of problems. So
an issue.
Are you going to play queen f6 here?
Yeah. Okay. Sure, I would.
And now h5.
Right. And this is where king g2, rook h1. It's easier to play white. That's the
Bella
whole point.
actually put the rook on b8 instead of d8.
Okay, let me just...
I don't know if that's... I think maybe she was afraid of bishop b7 at some point would be...
Or she wants to give herself the
b5.
option of b5. But on the same hand, it is a question of tempos too, right? Tempi.
Now
rook d1, the difference is...
Play d6, spend another move.
Okay, rook to d5.
You're cutting off my queen.
Kinda. Like, maybe you'll go pawn hunting, queen a3, h4, queen takes, h5, king a... I don't know. Pawn hunting.
I would never go pawn.
All right. Well, we'll definitely keep an eye on that. Let's continue our walk around the playing area. We do have some moves in
Elisabeth
Irina.
castled long.
Yep.
Didn't see that coming. I thought she was going to play maybe rook c8 and castle short.
Keeping, well, there is a decent, castle's long. Let's just go with that for a moment. Bishop to d3, rook e8. And this move I find perplexing. The move knight on e4 to d2. So it's sort of like you play knight d2, and then you come and you ask your engine, what should I play? And the engine will say, well, play knight e4. Right? So I always was of the opinion, whenever my opponent would retreat their pieces, it would be like, I'd almost want to say, well done, bravo. Keep going backwards, keep going backwards.
But I think maybe she wants to exchange the bishops. Maybe she wants to play bishop.
That's exactly what it's all about. She's probably thinking, I need to get these bishops off the board. Personally, I would be saying the knight on e4 is kind of good. There's no weaknesses for me to attack, no trades. I would say let me take a little space. Let me just play a move h2, h4, give my opponent the move. If you do nothing, if you, I don't know, play a move like king b8, well, now that I'm here, let me take a little bit more space. It's not that I'm necessarily making a rook lift, but it's sort of like one of those moves that makes my opponent think, well, I should play h5. Now that I've done the old Jedi mind trick on you, now I've got the square g5.
But
so
you know,
h4.
On h4, black can play e5. I think that's another reason why
E5.
Irina played knight d2. It's very concrete. If it works, then black would just get rid of all issues.
So your idea is that you're going to go knight g6
and get the pawn back and improve my position greatly.
That is that's a nice idea. I'm sorry, e5 was not on the horizon. So knight e2, two purposes. First one is to, as you correctly pointed out, let me get rid of your best piece, trade bishops, but maybe I'm here to stop e5. Okay, knight e2. And how does the oracle like the position for Elisabeth and Irina? Is white better? Is it balanced?
It's quite balanced. It's, well, as you can see, the valuations, it's like slightly better for white, but Nazi mentioned a very important move here. So, for example, if you play knight e4, wait a second, I tried king b8 here, and if you try knight e4, e5 is a very important idea, of course, in this position. And as you can see, black is already a little bit better. And the most important thing is that you will no longer have this powerful center.
Right.
You will exchange the c6 pawn against the d4 pawn, and this is a very good operation in this position. So the computer suggests here a very mysterious move, a3, which I tried to understand while you were analyzing, but this is way out of my reach. So I actually wanted to analyze a more human move, which I suggested myself. And I think that why I wanted to play bishop e4 and not knight e4, because I was hoping to play later on the king side. I think the way to play here is to play g4 and h4, and this bishop on b7 is quite active, so I wanted to exchange the light square bishops and then to proceed with my plan. So let's see, bishop c4, first bishop e4, let's say if bishop takes on e4, you can take with the rook e4, and let's make a useful move. But now knight f5 actually maybe comes in handy, so I can attack it, play g4 and play h4, so it was rather cooperative.
Right.
But I think that black has another idea here, just in case if you play bishop e4, computer suggests c6. And why? Because he's trying to make use of the king's position on c3 and to open the c file. So you will probably have to take, let's say, bishop c6, knight c6, bishop takes 6, and how to evaluate this position? I think it's slightly better for black, because after maybe you can try and play a4 here, but then I will play rook c8, and suddenly everything is looking very harmonious for black, and I think that this position is more or less balanced. But what I wanted to ask you, Yasser and Nazi, do you understand this suggestion? A3, let's say after here, A3.
Absolutely, 100%. The idea behind A3 is it controls the B4 square. What else would you like to know? Instead of, by the way, in the game, we don't have the moves King B8 played. We don't. Instead, after knight E2, instantly came the move C5, something what you alluded to, the potential of opening up the C file, but for the moment the king is still on C8. Take a look at that position, because that now after en passant,
which we have on the board.
Which we have on the board.
Lisa took knight takes C6.
Knight takes C6. Now the king is still on C8, Almira, so you don't immediately exploit the open C file. Now, no, seriously, I was joking a moment ago, but if the pawn was on A3, the move knight b4 would not be an issue, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
It's
you're
a
absolutely right. But now it becomes crystal clear why the computer suggests the move a3. You know, it anticipates.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, you compliment the computer. I'm sitting there telling you a3 covers the b4 square.
Chapeau.
How is the evaluation in the current position?
Slightly better for white now, but I feel that this position is really quite balanced, because maybe it's a bit more difficult for black to come up with a plan here. So you will need to wait and see. So let's say probably you cannot play king b8 here, because now I can play rook b1.
Right.
So now white pieces are more active for me, because like the knight is on d7, and what can you do here, Yasser, from a human perspective? Because I will try to improve my knight. Now I cannot do this. Yes, rook b1 will take on b6, so it's not so easy. Maybe king e7 here to protect the b6 pawn, but now you can make your move knight e4, and here you have this wonderful square on d6.
Yes,
so I definitely see some potential here.
Which brings me to the question that I wanted to ask both of you from the human point of view. We have the position knight e2. Would you have played c5, c7, c5?
Yes, because I don't like to sit passively.
Okay.
So as long as I'm not really weakening my king side on the b6 pawn too much,
Right.
I would want to play c5 and activate at least my knight on e7.
Right. So for me, I see the move c5 as actually helping white in the sense that you're giving me a very, very clear plan. There's this backward pawn on b6 that I can focus on. But
there's another
here it
thing.
comes.
After b takes c6 and knight c6,
Yeah.
you have hanging pawns. c4 and d4 are considered the hanging pawns, right?
That's right.
And your king is on c3. So
Right.
long term, I'm using your favorite saying.
Right. Long term.
Black king and hide on b8, a7, somewhere there, and I can put rooks on c8 and d8.
Right. And try to
And
exploit.
attack your pawns.
Okay.
In the king situation.
So here we go. So this is it. This is the great stuff that's going on, the battle of chess ideas. So you've exposed, potentially, your pawn on b6, and let's just go ahead and jump. Rook b1, king b8, right?
Maybe a3 first. Yes,
Yeah, maybe a3 first. Yes. Rook b2, king
You're going
a7.
to need a3 to spend a tempo on a3. Otherwise, knight b4 is unpleasant.
Was it? At exactly what moment? So here. So
After
knight
rook
takes
b1, I can already go knight b4.
Okay, rook b1, knight b4. Oops. Rook b1, knight b4. Hitting the bishop, hitting the pawn. The pawn goes with check. That's.
Yeah.
I was going to say, yeah, the pawn goes with check. So, okay, fair enough. I have to go a3.
We surrender to Oracle and we have
Exactly.
to go a3.
King b8, rook b1. Well, here is what I wanted to say. I hate pins. I hate getting tied up. If, as white, I get to play the move rook b1, let's say you go, for argument's sake, I don't know if this is what you wanted to
play
do.
rook c8, but okay.
Yeah. And you get your rooks. Oh, you wanted your rooks on c8 and d8. Okay, fair. So rook b2, rook c8, rook b1, rook d8. This knight's not moving, right?
Yeah, I think black should play e5 at some point, at the right moment.
Because
yeah,
at a certain moment, that's coming, right? So I'm just saying that for Irina, did she play a3, by the way?
Yes, she played
it. A3, just taking away knight b4 option. For Irina, I can imagine, her saying, okay, now I've got a plan. I've got the plan of attacking the b6 pawn. So what I was going to say is that as black in Elisabeth's shoes, I might have been more attracted to the move king b8 and letting white make a commitment. I don't know. It's kind of funny, right? Like, let white play rook e2.
That's why a3 is such a good move. Even in this position, without c5, it's a prophylaxis move.
Right. And if I could get you to play the move rook e2, then the move c5 is a little bit more attractive to me because you're not going to double up on the b file so quickly. Intriguing, intriguing. Let's go to Anna Zatonskih.
Happy, before we go to Anna's game, you'll be happy to see that Bella's gone pawn hunting. Her queen is on a3.
What can I say? I mean, we're handing out all kinds of gold memberships in the Pawn Grubbers.
It's getting crowded.
Yeah, it's getting crowded at the top. Gold members. Okay, just very quickly, Anna leading the tournament. She's played the move rook b1. She played the move rook b1, looking to play the move b4, minority attack. Harika, in my view, very properly stopped her, a5. Rook e1, a flexible move, keeping ideas not just of e3, e4, but ideas of knight e5 alive. Then Harika made a decision. I'm not really sure about this one. Did you like the move a4? Like, kind of thinking it might be just time to...
knight e4?
Yeah, to drop in. The reason why a4... You're making b4 that much more attractive. Yes, I've developed your rook. Maybe, I don't know, is this a line of play you would consider? In this case, I've got an outpost and
b4, b5, yes.
Potential for b4, b5. Maybe b4 will give Anna something to play for on the queen side.
Maybe small.
Something.
Tiny advantage.
Something. And let's remind our viewers of Anna's tournament thus far. Her line score, undefeated.
Right, she has 3 points out of 4.
Yep.
And both the games she won with the black pieces.
Well, that's doing it the hard way, isn't it? Draw, win. As she is the only undefeated player in the tournament thus far. So, somebody said pawn hunting. Let's go. How did we manage to go pawn hunting? This is the all Georgian matchup, right?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Guess what? Pawn hunting was a good thing because after the move queen a3,
White said,
I didn't want to lose my pawn. Queen d2.
I guess that's good news for black.
Just a second, hold on. What's going on? So, no, I'm worried about the rook suddenly. Knight b4?
Are you worried about the rook or the pawn on a2?
Both. Well, at the moment, I'm mostly worried about the rook.
So I have rook d4 or rook g5? Rook b5 is also a move?
Let's say rook d4. Okay. I can't, I would love to take, I don't want to. So a5?
And now we can go rook h4 and queen h6 back.
Rook h4.
And black would have to play f6 or f5 here.
In order
so they can
to
play rook f7.
Exactly. Okay. I want to say, Almira, that things are definitely heating up. These last few moves from both players, including the move queen d2. Was queen d2 necessary?
Well, you had a few options here with white. And first of all, of course, I was mesmerized by this idea of playing rook h5.
Exactly.
But it doesn't work, unfortunately, because after g takes e5, bishop b4, you always have this very powerful move, and which is sufficient f5. So, and after bishop d5, of course, you can play king h8, and this is it. But then I thought, what if I double my rooks on the d file? Can you take on it too? So
rook
that's
d1.
how chess players think.
Exactly.
So I will play rook fd1, then can you take on e2? So my idea was to play rook 1 to d4. Now those rooks control everything, with the idea of playing, of course, rook h4 or rook h5 next or something. But here the computer has this move. He indicates that the position holds for black because whenever you play rook h4, now you have this check, king g2, and you successfully bring your queen to the fort, and it defends everything. So this doesn't work either. So here, Nana, well, played queen d2, of course, but you could try and start with rook d4 here, because here you cannot take on a2. So if you take on a2, then you simply play rook h4, and of course, black is getting mated. So you have no time to take the pawn on a2. So let's say computer suggests queen b2, but this is a loss of tempo already. So now you can play rook fd1, maybe knight c5. And here you improve your other piece. I wanted to play bishop d5, so you no longer can play f6 or f5, and then play rook h4. So computer thinks that this position is much better for white, but there is nothing decisive yet. What I like about Nana's move, even though it was not forced, so queen d2, is that she probably she's getting back to my idea. Maybe next move that she's going to make is h4. So I think that you need to exchange at least one rook here or something. I don't know, maybe rook fc8, h4, and rook c5 in order to diminish white's piece's potential.
Wow, intriguing. And the computer's not interested in knight b4 and trying to exploit that maybe the rook on d5 and the pawn on a2 are vulnerable?
It might be too slow, I think. Yes, rook d4. I think Nazi suggested this. So
a5?
Well, of course, you cannot take queen a2 because, I don't know, maybe
b4.
For obvious reasons. Yes, this one I happily saw myself. So here, the computer retreats queen a5. You have nothing better to do. I think that if you continue, if you persist with your strategy, you are getting mated.
Mated?
Well, let's see. Rook h4, f5 or f6?
Sure. Yeah, f5 or f6. Go ahead.
Can you sacrifice maybe something? Bishop b4 with the idea of playing bishop g6.
Sorry, Almira, computer was showing c5. What is c5 here? Instead of bishop b4, you were saying +4 after c5.
Oh, yeah, I was making a more human move, so c5. Let's have a look. Yes, what does it change in the position?
Alien indeed.
So c5, if we take b takes c5, then he gives this check. Okay, you'll take.
The queen is trapped.
And rook a4. Okay,
No, wow. Wow.
So c5 is a hidden gem. You know, you wouldn't think of it naturally. I was trying, yes, to think of a more human move that I wanted to play bishop b4 and take on, and sacrifice the bishop on g6 and then queen h6. But c5 is a beautiful idea. So how can you react to c5?
Wow. And if I take the other way, d takes same
d
business?
Takes f5, yes, I will give you a check, but there is nothing you can do because then you no longer have the f7 square and queen h6. White is completely winning.
Thank you for that. And just to take a quick look, how the standings and the live ratings have been impacted by this outstanding result of Anna Zatonskih.
Wow, Anna's getting 19 points.
Against the whole field, it would seem. The two Americans, Irina and Anna, taking all the lion's share of the scores.
And the withdrawal of Koneru did not affect the ratings. The players who won against her will still get those rating points, and players who lost will still lose the rating points.
So even though Alexandra doesn't have a lot of points in the tournament standings at the moment, she's gained rating points because she did beat Humpy, Koneru.
And Zhansaya is losing 16 points, but like she said during the interview, she'll get those back.
I'm just kind of mystified by this whole situation going on between Bella and Nana, because it's sort of like there's been kind of some toing and froing, and the queen was on h6, which I thought was a terrific square. You voluntarily is a strong word, you retreated in order to maintain the pawn on d2.
I really liked Almira's suggestion, rook d4. That was a very strong move instead of queen d2.
I'm thinking that in this fight for the dark squares over there on the king side, maybe I should just be playing king g7, kind of covering up.
Walking into h4?
Well, yeah, that was my question. Are you going to sacrifice the rook? If I go like h6, and are you going Are you going to sacrifice the
Maybe after bishop e4, I will.
So you start with, okay, so let's say I go h4, h6.
Okay, h5.
Oh, you do want, okay, sorry.
On g5, I play bishop e4.
Okay, on g5
Threatening
you play
rook
bishop.
g5.
So that's a
Do you want
good
to play
point.
f6?
Well, I wanted my knight to actually be in the game, but rook takes g5 is really beginning to be, well, I hate playing f6. Nope. I have to take it back. So king g7, h4. If I have to do it the other way, looks a little ugly, doesn't it?
Very ugly, I'd say.
Yeah.
Still
I was
h5
trying to
probably.
cover the squares around my king, h5, knight, c5. I mean, in this case, if you go hg, I might be the one who's the first to, plant my flag and claim the open h file. Maybe you should be playing king g2, rook h1.
Yeah, that looks good. And what is
Flexible.
Black's queen doing on a3?
I don't know. I'm just hanging out. I'm trying to be my annoying self and just hang out over there. Okay, well, let's keep an eye on this one. Go to the game of Irina for a moment, and let's get caught up because things have happened. Takes a2, a3.
King c7.
Elisabeth said, why do I need my king on a7? Maybe my king is actually better placed on c7, kind of covers the d6 square as well as the b6 pawn. King c7, bishop c2, intimating that the bishop's going to come out
Black
this way.
can still maneuver pieces, but because knight on d7 is quite passive. But
Yes.
What's a good square for it? We can go to f6, but then what from f6, right?
Yeah, unless you're ready to, I don't know, double trouble, rook d6 or rook d7 and followed by rook e8. Yeah, the question is a follow-up with knight f6. I think from Irina's point of view, if she can get her bishop to a4, she's got more space, a little bit more flexibility. She can play in the center.
I think Black actually made a move, and it was knight e7.
Okay, a little bit too much toing and froing from Black there.
Maybe she was very unhappy with bishop coming to a4.
Yes.
She wants to meet it with bishop c6.
Okay, so knight excuse me, no, that's old analysis. Knight e7, bishop a4, bishop to c6, yes?
Yeah.
Something like this. So if we capture on c6, do you want...
I don't know if I should take with
Yeah,
the
I
king.
know, it's not...
It's interesting.
Yeah, it's not immediately, intuitively obvious which one is better, right? Well, somehow I would rather my knight and king be trading squares. Like the knight somehow on c3 would be a better place, so knight coming to e4.
We have 4 knight endgame, and all knights could be better placed.
Exactly, especially Black's. Knights on d7 and e7 aren't that great, whereas White would love to be putting a knight on e5. I think it's easier to play Irina's position, but certainly it's not obvious what's going on.
You know what's surprising? If we go to Anna's game,
Yes.
after Harika played a4, and you were suggesting White should just go b4
Exactly.
and maybe have a small advantage.
Right.
Anna actually did the opposite. She played a3, which means she's not planning on pushing b4.
Well, she's thinking that after a4, a3, somehow she's teletransporting herself to a bishop ending, where she's saying that the pawn on a4 will be in any bishop ending a target which might induce the pawn to come to b5. So in one way she's saying I'm fixing a weakness, and in another way it's sort of like she's denying her own play on the queen side. She's played rook c1, pardon me, queen d6, rook c1. We've caught up with the players. I notice, and I find this intriguing, that Harika is resisting playing the move knight e4. And I mean, in our predecessors, or to quote Garry Kasparov, our great predecessors, were very eager to put a knight on e4. In this case, Harika isn't. And I want to ask Almira, does the oracle want to play knight e4, or is the oracle saying, Harika, you're doing great?
Sorry.
I got a 2-for-1 on that one.
I was so surprised and
Yeah.
caught off guard because I was asking myself exactly the same question. Well, sometimes I was playing the Queen's Gambit, and in this type of structure, very often you would play the move knight e4. But the thing is that the difference is that the dark square bishops are traded, so the move knight e5 is possible here. And after knight e5, actually, it becomes clear that this knight is not very stable on e4 because I could always play I will always play f3. Let's say, what is the move that you can make here? You want to make the move f6?
I don't want to make it. I was being provoked.
Well, I can play knight g6. Of course, this is never a good idea. So even if you play bishop f5, well, I don't know what computer suggests. Maybe he suggested tango by knight h4, knight f3 back, and then he provoked h6 and f6. So I don't think that this is a good idea.
No.
And on the other hand, if you leave the knight on f5, maybe in the long run, then white will be able to move the bishop to f1 and then play knight d3, knight c5, and targeting the pawn on e4. So this is a very interesting idea. So maybe you shouldn't start with knight e4 immediately. What is the other useful move in this position? Maybe you should start with bishop e6 here.
Which actually was played, by the way. But if I could ask you, Almira, instead of the move queen d6, knight e4 immediately, so no queen d6, knight e4 immediately, and let's just say, for argument's sake, rook c1. So knight e4 for
But knight e4, of course, was a much better move here because queen d6 is an actual loss of tempo. Yes,
yeah,
it takes a square.
For the knight. I was going to transfer the knight to the d6 square. Yes, that was my point.
And very often in these structures, you are absolutely right. If you're given a choice, you can play knight d4. Knight d4, let's say I will make the move just to illustrate the pass. Then you can play knight d6, let's say rook c1, bishop d7, we'll make another pass, like, I don't know, very strange looking move. So you can even play b5, cement the structure, and play knight c4.
Right, yes.
So this is a very important positional idea here. Actually, I'm a bit puzzled why Harika played queen d6 here, because she was probably thinking of transferring the queen to the to g6, and with ideas of playing bishop h3, but it doesn't work.
No.
It simply doesn't work. So after queen d6, you can play
we do have the position queen.
Bishop e6 and queen c5.
Exactly.
You know, Yasser, I told you before the round started that I was expecting Anna, to play very solidly today, to comfort her leader's position, but this strategy might backfire. I don't know if queen c5 is a good move in this position, because if I will exchange on c5, will you take with the e pawn?
I will. I wanted to take with the d4 pawn.
D4
and the reason why I wanted to take with the pawn in this, but I understand I'm artificially isolating my c5 pawn, but I'm getting what I think is a very handsome square, the knight on d4. So for example, yes, you can play rook to a5, and you can, let's say, tie up my rooks, but you can't attack my pawn with this rook. And if I do get to play knight d4, well, I feel like I've gotten a lot of space. So I don't know if black is actually that eager to trade queens. Maybe she would like to keep the queens on the board.
So after queen c5, would be your suggestion here?
I'm not sure. I mean, it's kind of funny. Let's say queen e7, inviting a queen trade, but not necessarily allowing the structure, the pawn structure, to be changed with d4 takes c5. I'm just saying, queen trades are maybe okay, but don't give me the d4 square. if that. But how does the engine evaluate the position after queen takes c5, pardon me, d takes c5? Does the engine say even?
Evenish.
Evenish.
Evenish, yes. I don't know why, but the first move, which appears it appears to be rook c5, first of all.
The engine likes
yes.
Recapturing of the rook.
Yes, he's recapturing the rook because I suspect that, well, he's anticipating that at some point the b file might get open. So then the c6 is, of course, a very easy target, the pawn on c6. So, but here after rook c5, well, you can bring your king.
Okay.
Rook, king f8, maybe, I don't know, rook c1 that doesn't threat anything, but
right.
yes, it's a very easy position to play for black. So Harika can press for hours. And here, let's say d takes c5. I like your move very much. He thinks that black is still a little bit better, but proposes this move, rook a5, then rook c3, because you cannot play knight d4 immediately, of course, because you lose this pawn.
Right.
Knight d7. So rook c3. You have to be very careful here. And then bishop c8, I think something like this. Bishop c8, knight d4, g6. They're not allowed to trade a few pieces. Probably equal.
Wow, and I'm just looking at this position, and it would be something I would be very comfortable playing as white, because I think that the knight on d4 is just such a powerful piece. Rook takes c5, intriguing. Clash of ideas, battle of ideas.
I think objectively
I want to say.
it's just equal.
Yes, yes. For me, I think a giant of American chess, Samuel Reshevsky, won so many games with the minority attack that somehow I got hardwired to be in favor of the minority attack positions. And it's not always play on one goal, as Almira is demonstrating. Black could centralize her king and play a very, very long game.
But I think Nana's doing really well after pawn got to h5.
Right, we left the position after queen d2. I think Almira was suggesting the move rook c8 and h4, and to just trade off a little bit of the firepower, if you will. Rook c5, pawns on h5. Okay, do not give white the time she needs to play king g2, rook h1. The queen will reappear on h6. You will be mated. So.
How does
Bill
Rook defend?
Now you're too fast.
I'm asking difficult questions now.
Right. You skipped the line. Okay, so how do I defend? Okay, well, let's first of all ask you, how fearsome is your attack? So do your worst. Rook takes.
Take with the bishop.
Okay, let me prepare to grab that bishop, if you will. Are you playing king g2? That is a key question.
I'm going to take on g6 first.
Okay, hg.
Oh, I wish I could sacrifice the bishop, but it's too early.
You mean king g2? This is flashing through your mind, yes? Knight takes, rook over, knight f6. And if it was your move, you would mate me brilliantly with the move queen h8. But knight g5, and it's still, well, is it still a fight? You can play g4, right? Maybe you'd like to continue the, I might have a perpet. Takes, and I might have a perpetual.
The queen that was so awful on a3 now.
It suddenly reappears. Okay, so, but we do see that there is some, that's what it's all about. And by the way, ever since Bella put her rook on b8, it has not been.
I don't have to rush with all this. After knight b4, I could just move back. Let's say bishop f3. I want to keep the bishop.
Bishop takes, knight b4, bishop back to f3. I really feel that I have to contest
King g2?
the line. Wait a minute.
I also had ideas with h6, queen d4, forcing you to play f6.
Which isn't pleasant either.
Right.
No.
But I think this might be more dangerous.
No. I'm beginning to feel the heat really intensely here for a second.
Because white has more than one ways to continue the attack. And
precisely.
For black to defend against all of them.
Not so easy. Okay, let me be my provocative best, queen a5. Attacking your queen, forcing you to make a decision if you want to play queen h6 or not.
Queen b2 is also interesting here.
Right. And then again, I'm trying to be my provocative best. Take my rook, I will recapture. And
so on h6, you're happy playing f6? Not
I
happy,
wouldn't go so far as to say that the happiness is not my my tears of joy aren't exactly streaming down my face, but right, f6 is stopping queen g7 mate. Wow. Good stuff. This game is heating up, let's put it like that. We're just going to take a quick commercial break, but first our results to let everybody know we have a bye going on also in the round.
All right, so far we have one draw between Abdumalik and Kosteniuk, and bye for Gunay.
As Humpy, don't know where Hikaru came from, but Humpy withdrew from the tournament due to illness. And we'll see you on the other side of the break.
The Muni's premiere season bursting with comedies, romance, and magic begins June 12th with the Muni premiere of Beautiful, the Carole King musical. The epic summer continues with Disney's Beauty and the Beast, Chess, West Side Story, Little Shop of Horrors, Rent, and Sister Act. Single tickets are now on sale at muni.org.
The Muni in Forest Park.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world, thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
back, everyone. Let's take a look at our results so far in round 5. We have one draw between Abdumalik and Kosteniuk and a bye round for Gunay Mammadzada.
Absolutely, and jumping right into the action in this round 5, picking up with Anna Zatonskih, who's leading the field by a full point. When we left it with an offer of a queen trade. She offered to trade queens.
Offer denied.
And offer denied. Queen went back to b8, and I like the decision that Anna made here. She played knight e5, which really did provoke knight to d7, then the trade. So now we are in that quote, well, bishop endings of the light squares, and Anna wants to try to prove that the pawn on a4 could be a liability. She's playing the move f3, prepping e4. The bishop might find a very fine duty on the c4 square. And this move, for me, is an indication that black is actually suffering a space.
Maybe Harika's regretting the offer that she
Denied,
rejected.
yes.
The queen exchange.
Wants to establish it again. Queen to d8, queen to b4. Okay, this is like, do you want to play the move b5?
I do
If you
not.
play, yeah, okay, but that's a really important question, right? If you play b5, you leave behind a backward pawn on c6. It's defended.
Yes, but after white pushes e4,
Right.
attacking 6 is going to be very easy.
Yeah, it could be very vulnerable. We like Anna's position. Let's continue our walk around the stage. And this game is the game we really don't like for Bella. We think that Nana has really picked up a very nice, I want to say momentum, attacking momentum on the king side. Once you put her pawn on h5, bishop takes.
And if we just look at black's position, all 3 pieces are on A and B files, while her
Right.
king is completely abandoned on g8.
And when there's no palace guards, it's a very good idea to ransack the ramparts with king to g2, rook to h1, and even as we were coming on break, we had a little talk with ourselves. h6 takes, queen d4, checkmate. And then you said to me, well, now I understand why Bella put her knight on a6 and her rook on b8 12 moves ago. She anticipated this position and she could run away with her king.
That's how far grandmasters think ahead.
Exactly, exactly. So I'm anticipating bishop coming back to f3, but it looks to me like black is doing really poorly as king h
Actually,
takes
Nana took on
g6.
g6, which is
Whoa.
very tactical.
Whoa, inviting a peace trade? A peace sacrifice, I beg your pardon. H takes if I take?
But if he takes d5, I'm pretty sure it's lost. G takes h7?
G takes
h7.
h7.
Yes. Because I will force you to take h7 and then king g2 and
My king is too exposed.
queen and rook versus a lone king.
Not much
gonna
of a
survive.
battle, actually. I don't think it's... So, in
But
fact,
Bella took back
very quickly
on
she
g6.
did. Yes.
And this exchange can only benefit Bella, right? Because earlier in our attack we were playing king g2 and rook h1 without h takes g6. But now that
Okay.
it's exchanged, black can very quickly set up king g7, rook h8.
I understand that you want to contest, but then I'll have a queen d4. So first of all, let's try to figure this position out, because in my mind, I'm looking at the position and I'd love to play queen h6. I'd love to play queen h6, king g2, rook h1. Should I, like, imagine I'm go crazy.
Actually,
Bishop takes
e6
pawn.
is very interesting. You could also play maybe, before I forget this move, immediately king g2 is also
Which
a
is
candidate move.
also a part of my whole plan. But isn't this the line we just looked at where you get your,
No, I don't think I can run here.
I don't think
So
I
you can
can.
cut me off, but maybe here I can play.
Oh dear.
So I only need to protect h8. So let's say queen c5. So when you play queen h6, I can come back queen d4.
Well, you've always got that, so you could maybe use
Not always, because you can play queen d4 here.
queen. Queen d4.
That's why
okay.
I was going queen c5.
Okay, so you want to go queen c5, queen h6, queen d4, defend, and because the rook is protected, I have no... Okay, fair. Fair. Wow. Bishop take... Okay, sorry. So how are we starting? It's hg, hg.
This is position on the board, yes.
I mean, we don't have to go
Take
sacrificing
bishop
bishop f3, but bishop takes, pawn takes. Could I go queen
h6?
You're probably going to go queen g7?
King f7?
Oh, you want to go king f7. So let me just, boy, how do I, all I need to do is magically bring my rook to f3,
Just
right?
Give away the f-pawn for free.
Yeah, exactly.
That
I need a
has to
rover.
be a bit slow, right?
Okay, then let me give you a check. Let me provoke you to go king up the board. Pause here. I'm a pawn grubber. You know that. I like the idea of freezing your pieces, but I prefer the checkmate if I can get my rook up and over. Compelling possibilities, Almira. Our spidey sense is tingling that maybe there's a tactical combination in the position for white because all of black's pieces are on the queen side, out of play.
Indeed, Yasser, and I just saw that Nana played the best move in this position. She played king g2, and the computer gives, yes, that the move king g2 is winning for white.
Wow.
Yes, Nana sacrifices the bishop on d5, and after e takes d5, white has a very powerful move, queen d4. So you have to run for your life now, because if you play queen c5, queen f6 with rook h1, and mate follows. So king f8, I think, is the only move in this position. So queen f6 once again, then king e8.
Yeah.
Yes, rook h1. It's so easy to continue your attack.
Sure.
Yes, so now I'm not even sure what move can you make here. Let's say king d7, queen f7 is completely winning because you can always take on d5, so
with
queen d5, yes, the king, let's say d7, then the rook comes into play, rook h7, let's say king somewhere, and queen g8 mate.
Wow.
So it's a very linear line, very simple line to anticipate. Here, what can I suggest for black? D takes c4 is the move that computer suggests here. And I'm really surprised because he simply takes back here. So he's not given any checks. He takes on c4, and I suspect that in a little bit later in the line you would need those two squares to mate. So that's why he takes on c4. So let's see, what do you do here? You bring your queen to c5. Now, if you play rook h8, I think that you are not winning anymore, because after queen f7, king c6, you no longer have queen d5. So you have to play to make another precise move, rook h7 here. And now if you play rook b7, rook h8, king d7, queen f7, king c6. I was thinking about rook c8, but this doesn't work, so queen e8. And this wins, because I think that after rook d7, you have rook h7.
Nice.
Maybe one last defensive move. I was thinking now you can make knight b8, and you can play queen c8, rook c7, and rook c7 mate. So this is a very nice position, but it has to be calculated.
So even though Nana found the best move, king g2, it's still not that easy and straightforward. She needs to find all the precise moves to win this.
Well, first of all, the follow-up, queen d4, is incredibly important here.
Right. I was particularly impressed in your piece of analysis there by the quiet move b3 takes c4.
Yes.
You know, like I'd be anxious to win my material back and give some checks. Well, Bella has captured the bishop and said, okay, show me.
Nana's playing like the computer.
Seriously, immediately queen d4, as she has set up this bishop sacrifice combination. And
king f8 is the only move, right? There's nothing else I can do. I mean, there's queen c5, but after queen f6, then I mean, a worse situation.
Yeah, the only other move I was actually, yeah, but f6 is just such a, to
And
quote
after-
Lubomir Lvovich, miserable, a miserable move.
After king f8,
Yes.
is queen f6 the only winning move?
But
Can
it
white
seems
just
such a
play rook
natural
h1?
move, right? Because you
Rook
want,
h1 is also natural.
well, king e7, and
Yeah.
then you're sort of like, you know, like how do you intensify the attack?
Yeah.
But queen e7 kind of keeps black's king, you know, in this mating net, and king e8 to escape. But you're running, but you're not hiding. But again, I'm particularly impressed that after d5 takes c4, you don't go check and start capturing pawns, but rather you play b takes. And I don't think that the clocks are a factor so much as the fact that it's just a winning position, a winning attack for Nana.
Yeah, they have, Nana has 20 minutes and Bella has 17 minutes, so no time trouble here.
And by the way, somehow I didn't see this result coming. I saw the trend. 2 losses for Bella, 2 wins for Bella. She's fighting her way back into the tournament. She's almost like feeling like, hey, you know, this is going really, really well for me. And suddenly this incredibly nicely played attacking game. Irina Krush versus Elisabeth. Isn't this funny? We were talking about how the king was going to go on a7 in one variation. In the game, the king was on c7 by Elisabeth. A few moves later, guess what? The king goes to a7. Maybe you were talking, Nasi, about the hanging pawns and how the rooks wanted to be on c8 and d8. Elisabeth made that setup, but she had put her king in the way. Now she got her king out of the way. Your take on the current situation?
I think black is completely fine. I would be a little bit careful with white, because c4, d4, kind of delicate situation.
Right. Okay, Irina's kind of captured a little bit of space over here on the king side. So imagine I'm taking, you're recapturing with the rook of
With
the
the
knight.
rook.
With the rook.
Yeah.
So if I post up something like rook, I'm thinking that if I ever play king b3, I don't want my king in front of the rook. So if you give me a, whoa.
Am I trapping your rook?
I was about to say, are you trapping my rook? Because the
King b3, knight c7.
right. Oh my gosh, I end up having to play king b2, so that I end up bringing my rook back after knight c7. Take it away. Rook takes, bishop takes, rook b5. How do you anticipate this one going? Feels even, but
I
I'm
would
not
need
sure.
time to calculate, but I
Yeah.
like black a little bit.
You do?
I mean, objectively, white should be completely fine. Just, I think black has more ideas. I can sense that you disagree.
I don't know if I disagree or not. I like the space, but I understand what you're saying. My structure, if I could, you know, scooch this pawn over, and my pawn structure would be a little bit more harmonious. You've got 2 islands, I've got 3. So I think that, oops, excuse me, that wasn't my intention. I'm thinking it's balanced, but I wanted to make an argument in favor of my pick,
Yeah.
Irina Krush, but it seems that the position's balanced. I want to go again back to the game of Anna just to see. Yeah, that was interesting what you were saying. Like maybe she regrets not trading queens, but wait a minute, hold on. Is my spidey sense tingling?
And queens just got exchanged.
There's no.
You want to grab on p7?
Well, yes, of course, yes.
I
Why
think
not?
black has rook a7,
Well, then I come
forcing you to
back.
go queen b4. But then you're going to lose that pawn and possibly take rook b8.
Okay, take, rook b8, gotcha. Take, rook b8.
And then you have a weakness on b2.
Oh, wait a minute. No, I mean,
Okay,
you have a
but-
weakness on d5.
b4.
So you want to sacrifice a pawn, right?
Maybe just a3.
For good reasons.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, yeah, I think that that's fair enough. And that was why in the game, she didn't take on b7. She actually traded queens. Queen takes a5, rook takes a5. And we're in this ending where, okay, all of these pawns are on light squares. Black has a light squared bishop. Bad bishops protect good pawns, said Grandmaster Michael Shuba of Romania. And he has a good point. Black's pawns are good. The bishop may not be good, but do you like white or black here?
I think white should expand on the king side, maybe go like g4, h4, king f2, and so on. It's obviously equal, but I'd rather be white.
And black, on the other hand, might want to develop her king. What about the aggressive, very aggressive, e4?
Without the queens on the board, e4 doesn't scare black as much.
She king f2.
She played king f2.
Kind of maybe a prelude to e4. But if you don't capture, by the way, I'm kind of anxious to play e5 followed by f4 followed by king f2. And your idea of gaining king side space, I do it first by gaining in the center. She did play king f2, by the way. King f2, king f8 on the board. And here's more or less a key question, right? If I take, I've got
bishop e6 maybe?
Bishop e6 maybe, king to e3. Somehow my king feels a little bit cocooned.
Cocooned.
Yes.
Bishop b3?
Your bishop looks very well placed on b3.
I might have some f5 ideas.
Okay.
Not yet, though.
Not yet. Rook to c5. Inviting a trade. I don't know exactly why I would do that, but okay. More or less. Take. So, we're not in the bishop ending. Yeah, we're not in a bishop ending yet, a pure bishop ending. We've still got rooks on the board. I still feel that, okay, there might be a chance, a way to exploit the queenside pawns, but it feels more balanced than anything. I want to go back to the game of Bella's and Nana's for a second, because after the move queen d4, Bella's thinking, and we've been analyzing king f8, queen f6, king e8, rook h1, takes, all of these moves, very, very straightforward. This one was the surprise. And we played queen c5, and that loses. We suspect there is no answer, but
the computer thinks in this position white is winning.
Just winning.
Yeah.
Okay, can I offer a different move than the move queen c5? Maybe on a good day I could use the c5 square.
Queen takes d6?
Oh, you're not. You're supposed to be giving me a checks and giving me but queen takes d6. Oops.
Yeah.
No queen e5 for me.
The black's pieces are so bad in the corner.
Totally. Just put me out of my misery. Shoot me. Queen to c3.
I mean, there is rook h4. One idea.
Oh, that's nasty.
But you have knight c5. Oh, you don't have knight c5. Rook is hanging.
Oh, nasty. Rook h4, rook up and over. Yeah. 9 minutes for 15 moves for Bella, but unfortunately for her, the clock isn't the problem, it's the position.
Yeah.
I liked your rook h4. I liked your queen d6. Those moves are killers, actually. They're just wins. Almira, jump into the discussion. It looks like Nana's putting together a fantastic game. Absolutely wonderful.
I was wondering what would happen if Nana chooses another move in this position, which is also very natural to make. So when black takes on c4, we know that b takes c4 is completely winning for white, but the line is very long. So what if white plays rook h7? Of course,
looks very attractive.
It doesn't miss anything yet. So you have the only move here, rook b7, because you need to protect this pawn, and also you need to run with your king after rook h8. So I analyzed the very crazy variations. So king d7,
right.
queen f7, King c6. Now, not queen c4 because you will have knight c5, and then, you are not winning anymore. But queen e8 check. So king c5. And now, once again, the only move which is proposed by computer, queen e4.
Double attack.
Yes, double attack. Of course, you attack on c4, you attack on b7. So black can play d5 here, attention. So during the game, you might be tempted by queen e7, but rook e7 and black is winning. But then rook c8, king b5, so I'll take on c4. Now your king has to go somewhere, let's say king b4. Then, I don't know, yes, queen d5, the computer says, and +2. This position is relatively easy to win. Right. But then here, instead of d5, I analyzed a different move. What if c takes b3? And I was thinking, okay, does the computer suggest a take b3 here, another move? And he does. A takes b3, another quiet move in this position. Black's pieces are hanging here, so what can you do here? If queen b3, you will simply take the rook. Then the only move in this position after 8 b3 is to play d5. Right. I cannot see anything anymore. And then what did I calculate? Rook c8 here. Then king b5, queen d5, c5, something like this, and queen b7. So this is the resulting endgame after this fearless attack.
Right.
Black would be happy to get this endgame.
Oh, yes.
I actually have another question for you, Almira. In the current position.
And just to see the head-to-head, how these two players in the past have fared with one another.
They have 22 games played.
They know each other very well.
Yes. 9 wins for Nana and 4 wins for Bella. 9 draws.
And 9 draws.
And my question was exactly the move that Bella just made. I just noticed while we're looking at the analysis, Black has rook e and rook e5. We didn't discuss this.
What moment?
How does White win here?
We do have queen d4.
Rook e8. So idea is to just play rook e5 and rook h5 to cover the h5.
Yes, indeed. So queen f6 is the only move. Otherwise, you are going to play rook e5. So rook e5 anyway, because you have to play. But here, this move.
g4?
Yes, an incredible move, of course. Wow. But it's also very easy to find, because rook h1, if you don't play g4, rook h1, and then rook h5 is it's a draw, because you still have a perpetual. Yes, you have nowhere to hide here. So White is not losing in any case. But after g4...
What if I start running after g4, king f8?
Let me try g4 here.
King
rook
f8,
h1,
king e8.
Yes, rook h8.
King d7, and I cover the check with rook e7.
Yes, let's see. What does he suggest? I'm saying, what is the quiet move? But here it's easy.
Rank.
Yes, you will play queen f8, and
queen
then...
C8.
Wait, is there a mate? Knight c7?
Queen c8 is the threat, right?
It still feels like Black's defending.
Well,
let's try. But maybe now you can take the rook.
King e6?
Ah, king e6. Okay, I haven't thought about this.
Oh,
okay.
come on, f4.
Okay, no. This is a very interesting variation. Yes, now that I have a more human perspective in it, f4 is absolutely impossible to find here.
Because it doesn't even look like it's threatening anything.
well, f5 check.
Yes,
right?
you want to threaten f5 check.
I want to take the rook.
But let's
I'm
say
very
queen b2.
greedy.
Queen b2, yes, f5. G takes f5, G takes f5. But now it's, you see, it's a draw. He says it's a draw. So f5, you have to give check rook h6.
Yes.
Yes, and
King
then
f7,
now
rook
check.
h7. Okay.
Yes, now okay. So where can you go? Here you lose the queen probably, yes, or you lose everything.
Take the rook. Yeah.
You can take everything here.
Right.
So. But f4, what a move, really. g4 and f4 on the, what is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, on the 7th move of the variation. Yes, it's not easy to find at all. So you're absolutely right, Nazi.
So we do have, pardon me.
Rook e5
First of all, Nana's played all of these only moves, like king g2, queen d4, queen f6. Now, if she comes up with the g4, we understand that rook h1 is a draw, so she's not really, you know, I must say that a lot of my combinations, I was, when I saw that I had a draw, it gave me the confidence to think that the combination itself is very good, because I knew I had an emergency escape, right? So I could easily come to this position and say, well, I've got a draw in hand. So again, my confidence is enhanced. Now can I find a win? And then I would start looking at g4 to stop rook h5. But she's played quite a number of the key moves so far. Once again, g4. How did we get into that variation? We get
Probably the only move.
Right. We run for the hills
King e8.
as best we can, and then once we got here, we took the pawn. There's no checking and
There's
getting.
so many tempting checks here.
Seriously, like, okay, tell me why this check doesn't work.
King c6. I cover with the knight. Oh, you're going that way?
And then you're
I
just
run
run.
to b4 c3.
Nice. Wow. Okay, that's really getting on the walking shoes, right? And there's no way I can capture this king. Look at that. Yeah, the king just floats right up the board. So no. So this is where we took a pawn. You drop the rook in the way. Now there's no run. There's no running. That would be a stop sign. And here you came up with queen f8, threatening mate on the spot. We covered.
Knight c7.
Right, so that we could go here. This is where you checked me on d8. Because my rook was under threat, I had to play king e6. And this is where you stunned us all once again.
f4 is incredible.
Yeah, the oracle, f5 check and rook h6. The rook is tethered. f5 check on the agenda. Wow, quite the variation.
Yes, sir. I wanted to indicate, objectively speaking, there is another move which is much easier to find. I mean, in the whole variation at the end, when white plays f4, let's say at this position, if I do not see this move f4, because once again, I looked at the board, and what do you do after rook g8? It's much easier to find than f4. I simply threaten rook g6, yes, and probably you will have to give back your knight.
No, I mean, rook g8 is far more human. I mean, you don't want to play f4 and expose your own king to some kind of counterattacks, but rook to g8.
Knight e8. Yeah, I have to give up the knight.
Yes,
well,
and
then
I
I'll
will
happily.
take the knight,
Guys,
of course.
Nana just played g4.
G4.
It's on the
board.
board.
Bravo.
Wow.
Wow.
She is amazing at attacking, apparently.
In her element, for sure. But nice move, g4.
And also furious, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, because of course she was one of the players, regretfully, with Humpy's withdrawal.
Her point was taken away.
Yes,
and she's
exactly.
getting it again.
Well, once again, for those of you who arrived late, shame on you, but there was an interview with Alexandra where she kind of expressed, let's be honest, she was fierce. I mean, she's a competitor, so you kind of expect that. But that loss of a point was like, she said, how do you lose 2 points in one day? Well, and here are the particulars of our reorganized event.
Koneru's results will no longer count towards the tournament.
Because they didn't pass the halfway point. She withdrew
and that's
after round
rules.
4. Correct.
And opponents in future rounds will receive a bye.
Which means a free day, essentially, for her opponents. And of course, it was an illness that forced Humpy to withdraw from the event. So there you have it. A pity that our defending champion is not with us.
Definitely.
Okay, let's jump to Irina's game, shall we, for just a moment? Let's see what has gone on. We're talking about the 4 knights. Here we go.
Yes, so we had the position we're actually looking at. There's knight d5 check, king b2, exactly what we're looking at.
And I think this is an indication that Irina is kind of coming up empty-handed, like she's played the move rook e2 you know, it's not one of those, you know, active forward moves. It's
What
just,
is Rook E2's idea?
I think it's taking whatever sting there might be out of knight G4. Just, it's a pass move.
I was thinking Black Knight was going to D6, Knight E8, Knight D6. That's what I like.
Makes a lot of sense. Knight E8, Knight
Going
D6.
after C4 pawn and the Rook on B5 that's kind of awkwardly placed.
True that. Knight E8 though, do you give me this opportunity? I don't know. D5?
I thought that was never good.
Never good. Okay, the reason why I found myself a little drawn to it, I always like those variations where I can...
King A6?
Yeah, always those variations where I can
yeah,
tie
Rook
you
D5.
up a little bit. You could take on C4 too, of course. And I don't have an immediate...
And C3 is coming with a check.
Yeah, it was kind of weird, actually. No, here you just go C3 check, and you move your rook. That's nasty. Your knight on E8 does a yeoman's work here.
Maybe you rush with Rook E7 and instead
Rook
you
takes
could play Knight D4 in between move.
Okay, a Zhansaya.
I can't pronounce that word.
Zhansaya?
Yeah.
Hey, finally. Well, I mean, I'm terrible with names. I mean, and boy. But Zhansaya, I was always pretty good with
I like that word, but I can't
Zugzwang.
say it.
Zugzwang.
Zugzwang I can do.
Zugzwang.
Not the other one.
Pity. I would lord it over you if only I had known. But Rook takes D5. I agree. I messed up my structure, but okay, I got some dynamics. I've got check on my agenda. I've got Rook E7.
Now, if you look at the position in the last 4 or 5 moves, position has changed so much. White has improved his knight and both of the rooks,
Right.
and meanwhile, Black's knights and rooks have become extremely passive. So that's not what Elisabeth wants to happen.
She just played the move Rook C7. Maybe an indication that she she wants to kind of prevent any ideas of D5 and Rook E7. So Rook C7 is on the board. I still think it's very, very balanced. I want to go to Anna Zatonskih's game because Anna did play that variation with E4. And, well, she's inviting the trade of bishops here with the move Bishop E6. Again, you know, we started the tournament with something like 80%.
Yeah.
80% victories in the first 2 rounds, but things have really slowed down in the meanwhile. Now, a few more draws, and it looks to me like a draw is a likely outcome here. Again, I want to go to, well, the game of the
One game
round.
that does not look like a draw.
Yeah, no, seriously, it's a great attacking game by Nana. And
She's
well,
thinking
king
here after
king
King
E8. Okay.
And Rook H8, it's the move that a hand makes itself, right?
Yes, you can't prevent it.
Maybe
I mean,
she's considering Rook H7. Possibly.
exactly. But Rook H7, Rook E7, not as convincing
Yeah, Rook
anymore.
E7 would defend Black's position quite
Exactly.
well.
So, yeah, no, Rook H8, I'm sure she's actually fixed this position in her mind. And the idea of pursuing the attack with either Queen takes F7 or Queen D8 check is certainly dominating her thoughts.
There's also Rook D8 check, but it's less
Effective, right?
Less effective, yeah.
Because so...
I mean, even here, Rook F8, it seems like White should still be winning, but it gives Black time to find defensive moves.
Exactly. Yeah, you might be, you know, that's one of the things that actually, when I started becoming a good player, becoming really, I want to say, a B player, I was thrilled when I could check my opponent. You know, any check was a good check as far as I was concerned. And later I discovered, much to my chagrin, that sometimes checks can be bad for you. Like, you help your opponent by chasing their king or allowing them to block, and that sometimes you should not be checking your opponent. This is one of those cases where Rook D8 is actually helpful.
I think that's
for
one
your
of the
opponent.
things you learn as a chess player, that you have to be patient, because you want to give checks
All
the
the time, right?
automatically.
Yeah.
But you have to be patient and not do it all the time.
Right.
It's not necessary.
So again, I think I became a good player, a B player, when I learned not to give checks. I think I became an expert when I learned that sometimes my king could hide behind my opponent's pawn.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, like the pawn would go all the way to h7, and I put my king on h8, and I'd be very happy the h file was closed. But we are expecting that Nana will pursue her attack as follows. In this position, check, king, queen takes, f7 check, rook comes back to block the check, queen to f8, threatening mate in one on the spot, knight c7 to give the king an escape square, check. Now, your king can't go to c6, actually has to go to e6. And while the computer might say that f4 is better than this move, I find myself drawn to
Very
rook
natural.
g6. Yes, exactly. Very, very
What
natural
if,
move.
instead of knight c7, can black
Please.
try queen c5, let's say? I defend c8 square.
Exactly, queen to c5. Okay, let's just take
Probably
a look
same
here.
idea, wins queen d8 check,
Queen
and then rook
d8.
g8.
Once again, your king, whether desirable or not, you can't lose the rook. You have to, and rook g8 with the same idea. Yeah, it's just that the rook is too vulnerable.
Yeah. The black queen just cannot defend anything on the white squares, like the g6 pawn.
Yes.
If it could somehow defend g6, black would be fine. Oh, wow, we have a very interesting move. Nana took on d5, no check on h8.
Wow.
This cannot be
You mentioned patience, but that is a...
It's too patient, right?
What is that? Wow.
Rook e7, and is black just up a piece now?
Yes. Yes, black is... Yes.
Did Nana miss rook e7, or can white continue here?
Well, help
I don't even see more than anything than
I
just
mean,
one check.
Exactly. The check and queen, no, but that's like... Hold on. Can we take a look? Check, and she's thinking that she's got...
We're giving queen h8 check and queen a8.
Well, I'm trying. I'm trying to imagine what she might have wanted.
Well, I have knight c7, queen c6, king d8, and I cover on e8.
Right, that you blocked me. That's right.
And finally, my queen on a3 is being useful.
You're defending d6 the whole while.
Yes.
So you could defend with, you could block with the rook, or you could block with the knight. Well, here, no, wait a
block
minute.
with the rook, so there's
yeah,
no chance.
Yeah, no, I'll happily escape with a perpet.
But will Bella find rook e7? She has 5 minutes on the clock.
I think she has no choice. I mean, everything else she can easily. Sometimes you help your opponent a lot when you make moves where they only have one forced response. And this position takes, you're just looking and you're seeing mate in two. Check, king, queen, mate.
And
so
she plays rook e7.
you have no choice but to play rook e7. And then the shocking thing, if you're in Nana's shoes, is you see rook e7, you go, well, wait a minute, my
What did I
intended
do?
checkmate on d8 no longer exists. What did I do?
And
You finish. Oh my gosh, what has she done, Almira? What does the oracle tell us? This could be a huge turnaround for what we thought was a spectacular game.
Well, this game actually reminds me of the game Nana played yesterday. Do you remember?
Yes.
Yes, that Humpy, Koneru had an absolutely winning position.
Exactly.
And the tables have turned just towards the end, and Nana won. So here the situation is reversed. Nana was playing brilliantly. She sacrificed a piece. She made a few very tough moves, but queen d4, queen f6, g4. And now when she was just about to win the game, the impossible happened once again, and now she's losing.
Rook e7 and
What's the
no more
evaluation?
attack.
Well, the computer says minus 1.5, but the move that he's suggests in this position is e4, which makes absolutely no sense to me. But after rook h8, king d7, and there is absolutely nothing that you can do.
No follow-up.
No follow-up, and Queen H8, Queen E8, this idea that Nazi suggested, Knight C7 is a very strong defensive resource, and it holds everything.
Right, the knight suddenly
Queen C6
is in the game.
Yes,
That's
yes,
probably what
Rook
Nana
H8.
missed. The Rook
Wow.
E8.
Wow, and here is the blunder in replay because she actually spent some time in capturing on D5. She had like 16 minutes. She spent almost half of her time and came up with C4 to end. And sometimes, you know, you just have this blind spot. Rook came back to E7. There's no mate on D8.
You know, I would call this overthinking because Rook
Yeah.
H8 is such a simple winning move.
Exactly.
But she's been playing these only moves, such beautiful non-forcing moves like King G2,
Up to
Queen
this
D4,
moment,
Queen
yeah.
F6, G4, that maybe she got used to those kind of moves. Because City takes D5 is just in that style.
By the way, something for our players in the audience.
And we have Queen A8 on the board, and we'll see if Bella plays Knight C7.
I love the reaction of Bella when you have absolutely no other move. Don't think.
Yeah.
Your opponent plays Queen H8. Your only move, your only legal move is King D7. I've actually witnessed people thinking 10, 12, 15 minutes about an absolutely forced move. Of course, they're not looking at this position. They're looking moves ahead, but play your forced move and get your 30-second bonus, Queen A8, and then, again, I'm thinking this is a kind of a situation like a moment ago, the rook was on E. The rook had to come back to E7. In this case, there's no other choice. Queen C6
Well,
sets
there's
up the
one more
mate.
move, maybe Queen B2 to not let, but it allows Rook H8 right away. So I would not do that.
Ah, you mean, yes, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So Queen B2, Queen C6 check, King D8,
Then
Rook
black would be
A8,
fine.
like, oops. But Knight C7 is just one of those moves you absolutely forced to make. The knight has been offside, dare I say it, since Knight A6 was played in the opening. The knight makes a triumphant return back into play. Knight back
wins
to
the
C7
game, maybe.
and should win the game.
And this
Yeah.
game is over. Irina and Elisabeth have drawn their game.
It seemed like neither side was going to make progress in that position. Did they just find a way?
Yes.
It was just a
Three-move
repetition, three-move repetition with knight, D5, and King C3.
But what a turnaround in Bella's game.
Truly,
My pick.
commentator's
happy.
curse.
Yeah.
Commentator's curse. Queen C6 check, King D8, and
Yeah, I think Nana maybe just realized that she's not winning anymore.
yeah, and Black is ready to intercept. Or
Is there
block.
anything else? I don't see any
Queen
threats.
C5 is coming.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
that's where I think E4. No, pardon me. I think the computer
E4
wanted
was
to play
earlier.
E4 earlier. I beg your pardon. Yes.
Now, as we saw on Almira's board, it was like -4 for Black, so it's
Oh
completely
dear.
winning.
Okay, so let's just see. Rook check.
Rook E8.
Queen. Pardon me. Rook F7.
Oh, you're playing Rook H7.
Rook H7. Trying.
Queen C5.
Okay.
Queen takes D5.
Oh, that's a check.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
oops.
I have enough pawns in the endgame to win.
You know, I was about to demonstrate a really wonderful array of checkmates in one. Yeah, so when your king is in check, you can't leave your king in check. And our results so far.
We have 2 draws between Abdumalik and Kosteniuk, Krush and Paehtz, and bye for Gunay Mammadzada.
Exactly, and we're
2 games still going on, and in one of them we might have a result soon, because Bella is up a piece, and it looks like she has defended the attack, defended her king from the attack, and now
Right.
is winning.
Wow, but it was this move, C4 takes D5, that really spoiled a brilliant attack, I must say, by Nana. And we do have Queen C6. Time pressure, both
They
players
both
are now
have about 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
And 8 moves to go But I think game will be over before 8
Yeah,
moves.
because again, queen c5 is definitely on black's agenda. Any queen trade, it's lights out. Okay, I'm trying to get, here, I'll show you what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to see e3, queen here, right? Rook check.
Rook e8.
I'm trying to gain some pawns for my piece. Check. I want to,
King e7.
yeah, I wanted to take this pawn with a check.
King f8.
And how many pawns? I don't have that many
You
pawns,
do
do
not
I?
have enough pawns.
1,
You
2,
have
3, 4, 5,
two
6.
pawns. But
Don't believe it. I'm losing one of them.
if there are maybe connected pass pawns, that would be one thing. But here,
And
white doesn't have any passers, and
not only that, but it's actually black's pieces that are beautifully coordinated. Queen and knight make a very good impression. Save king. No, this is just completely losing. I mean, I can't even make any claims, any pretensions of any kind of compensation for the piece as king d8. This is like one of those horrible oh dear moments. You know,
maybe
you were winning and now losing.
it's definitely bad for Nana. But maybe Bella's getting her luck back, because in the first game she blundered
Everything
the
went wrong. Yep.
piece. The second game also against Anna.
Right.
A lot of
Missing
things
the
didn't go her
stalemate.
way. So,
Missing the stalemate trick. Wow.
but it's not just luck, of course. I don't even really believe in luck. She's been fighting so hard, and the 2 games that she won,
Well, wonderful.
she earned them. So, and today, I mean, the attack that Nana
On court, but it was
displayed was-
it was really nicely orchestrated. Starting with h5 takes g6, not an intuitively obvious move. King g2, she did all of these really quiet moves. Queen d4, queen f6, g4 very well. She got into this position after rook e8, and the simplest and cleanest win started with rook h8 check. What could be easier than playing check? And for Bella, wow.
she's about to have a 3rd win in a row after starting with 2 losses.
Yeah, and talk about decisive games.
She does not make draws.
The lady does not like draws.
So we have a few moves. Nana played rook c1, clearly to avoid queen c5 move.
Okay, stopping. Yeah.
But at the same time, white has no threats. Maybe queen b7. So Bella immediately responded with rook d7, which I like. Now her king can escape via e7 if
Yeah.
needed. And yeah, I'm pretty sure next move she'll play queen b2 and finally bring that queen into the game. Maybe queen a5, one of these ways. Bring the queen back to the game. And
Exactly. Another nice thing about the rook on d7 is it just allows the king to go to e7 and frees the queen. The queen on a3 had a crucial role to play in terms of defending the d6 pawn. Now you've released your queen, and as you've just so properly said, queen a5, queen b2. Once the queen gets back in the game, black's defenses not only hold, but she takes over. She'll have material and compensation as white's clock is ticking down. What move are they
2.5 minutes for Nana and 6 minutes for Bella. They're on move 34.
Rook c3.
C3.
Got to make a move, some kind of a
Yeah.
move. Rook c3.
I'm just thinking queen b2 or queen b4. Still queen a5, queen a6, any of the queen moves.
I like queen b2. There's something about queen b2 where I'm stopping you from even considering this. Your
Right.
rook is hanging. I'm making you alert, right? And if you play a move like rook e3, well then I love your idea of just bringing my queen back into play. Queen takes d5. Queen d2
So maybe
takes on d5.
Rook c3's idea is to still hope for rook h3, rook h8.
Well, the beautiful
Dreaming of
part
it.
about queen b2,
Yeah.
it's like
Still
I've kind of I put the kibosh on rook h8 even before you thought about it. Queen goes back to e5,
Yeah.
trying to trade
Now
queens.
this is looking hopeless for white.
Yes, truly.
Black would need to make a huge blunder for white to get chances again.
Exactly. Any queen trade will be lights out. Wow, quite a turnaround. And again, you were mentioning an echo. Nana losing yesterday against Humpy.
No, winning.
Oh,
She was losing,
right.
and on move like 39, Koneru blundered,
Yes.
and Nana won.
F3 and yes, so on.
Today, almost exact opposite happened, where Nana was playing a brilliant attack and winning, and in one move it all switched, and now Bella's winning.
It's absolutely a favorite quote of mine, and it's not mine, it's Vishy Anand's. Vishy was asked by an Indian journalist, what's it like to be the world chess champion? And you know how Vishy responded?
How?
It was brilliant. It was brilliant. Vishy said, every day I feel like a sportsman.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Some days I feel like an artist. Some days I feel, hold on. Some days I feel like a genius artist. Some days I feel like a genius, some days I feel like an artist, and some days I feel like an idiot. That's what happens when you're a professional chess player. Some days you're the player giving the lesson, other times you're the player receiving the lesson. This
Very true.
turnaround, wow, I'm a bit stunned by everything that's just taken place. Rook C1. Hold on, let me just
It's
refresh
just
my board.
devastating when your
Yeah.
brilliant game disappears in one move. Your winning chances just disappear in one move.
Yeah, it feels
And it wasn't
awful.
even like a big blunder. She didn't blunder a queen or a rook, just missed the idea that black covers on e8,
Right.
the checkmate ideas.
And we have Almira with a guest.
I have Elisabeth here with me in the studio. Elisabeth, welcome back.
Hi.
You made the draw today with black against Irina Krush. Please tell me, how did you come up with this idea of playing h6 against Irina?
Well, actually, it was not my idea. I wanted to play something else, and then I was discussing all the evening long with my coach, and then he wanted something totally different, and I wanted something totally different, and then he came up with this idea, and I said, fine. Because actually our goal was to get Irina out of the opening very quickly and just to play on ourselves. And actually with h6, I think I managed.
Okay, so what did you expect? Did you expect the move bishop f4 here?
Bishop f4 is normal, but what is unusual is actually that she played e4. I mean, after bishop takes c6, queen d6, e4, that is unusual because, I mean, compared to this line with where you sacrifice a pawn on d4, here a lot of pieces are already exchanged. So the thing is that she must be careful about the d4 pawn on the long run. And I even thought I was not better here, but I thought it might be dangerous for her. But then actually, I'm not sure where I went wrong because b4 was needed. Because if she doesn't play b4, I will go a5, knight c6, long castle, knight f5. And then this pawn might be very tricky. Well, the d4 pawn might not be a nice fellow, to say the least.
Long castle here.
But after b4, I thought that, okay, I mean, I understood that maybe I'm not better here, even though I just see that the ancient likes this position. But yes, knight f3 was played, a5, b5, maybe a5 was wrong, but I didn't really know what to do actually in this position. I didn't even know whether I wanted to play f5 and king f7 or short castle or long castle. There were so many choices, and it's always tough when women have a lot of choices because we can never decide. Yeah, so here I was very happy because here I thought that maybe even it's getting a bit tricky for me because I don't have ideas. But when she played knight ed2, I was very happy because I got this kind of free move of c5 to get the space back. And here I think the position is around equal. I don't think that the game was anything special or we missed some chances, any of us. So here I was already happy that we can maneuver around. But nobody really can do much because if she pushes, she should get weak squares, and if I push, I get weak squares. And here it's the same, I was thinking even after rook c7, in the end to play on, but I understood that even after, for example, king c3 she played, and here, I mean, if I want to play on, I have to play something like knight b8. A knight e8 I didn't even see.
Oh, not B8. So I heard it because we were analyzing
knight E8. No, knight E8. This move actually was not coming to my mind.
So yes, during the knight to D6.
Ah, yeah. I mean, I felt like that might be something here, but I only saw like knight B8, knight E5, and then it was nothing. But knight E8, I think I just missed in a way that this was possible.
Maybe you were already happy with the draw here?
It's not like happy. I was feeling that it might be more than that. But I mean, in this position, if I had played on, I would have played knight B8. So actually, knight E8 for some reason didn't cross my mind. I'm not sure why. Maybe after knight E8, I thought like something like knight E4. And then you don't get to knight E6, but then probably you use the other knight.
Yes, maybe.
Yes, this doesn't work, yeah. Yes, no, knight E8 I missed actually. I didn't think about that one.
Elisabeth, do you have your favorite chess word? Because I know that Yasser certainly has one, so what would be your favorite chess word?
Oh, I don't even know. I mean...
Something like Zwischenzug. This is Yasser's favorite word.
But Zwischenzug is so German that it's kind of boring. So actually, I'm not sure what is my favorite chess word. I never thought about that. Chess word, I never thought about it, but it's definitely not Zeitnot or Zwischenzug. It's just happened to be German, and English language doesn't have that word, I guess. So, not sure actually, Ella.
Okay, so it's something to think about. Elisabeth, I wanted to ask you about your upcoming events, because I know that there is a new tournament which is going to take place in June, July, I think, the Global Chess League. Can you tell us something about it?
Yes, this is a new kind of format which was invented by Tech Mahindra and FIDE. Tech Mahindra is a company from India, and they got this idea of a global chess league, which is equal like to the Champions League in football. I mean, kind of this sort of style. They composed the teams now, and actually I happen to be in the team with Irina, but the funny part is like we are on the team with the strongest guys in the junior section and in the world rankings. So it's my first time to play with Magnus on a team, but it's like on the one hand it's very good, on the other hand, like I remember his faces from the Olympiad in Chennai, and sometimes he didn't look amused when he was checking the other boards. So this kind of, you know, face you happen to remember from the past is a little bit scary. But actually the funniest part was, I did some calculations yesterday, and I realized that that the age of Irina and me together could be actually almost equal to everybody else. So that means actually we are not only the crannies in the team, we also could be mothers in that team. And that's something which is like, yeah, it's unusual, but yes, we could be basically the mother of Gukesh, of Erigazi, of Prague. So it's sort of funny to have like such a young team and the two old grannies combined. So and that's sort of funny.
How many players are playing from this tournament are playing in the Global Chess League?
I think it's Alexandra, then it's Nana, it's Bella, and Humpy. And now I'm puzzled. I think that's it. Those four.
Almost the whole field, you know, the strongest players in the world. So, well, it will certainly be a very exciting event to watch. Thank you very much, Elisabeth. And the next time, well, you have to prepare an answer for the question.
Yes, I will think about it.
Thank you, Elisabeth, as we are looking at the game between Nana and Bella. And, well, as we would expect, the extra piece is what it's all about in this game. It's the clock, but that's...
They're on move 39, so they just have to make... Bella has to make 2 more moves.
Exactly.
She has a minute and a half.
And
she can take the pawn on d5.
Knight takes d5, what we all live for. I'm just thinking also, well, no, I can just...
Or she can simply play rook e8.
Yeah, I want to trade queens.
It's a very practical decision.
Oh, gosh, is it ever? I mean,
she needs to just get that 30 minutes on the clock, then she'll figure out how to win.
Right, but for 1,500 years, you know, whenever you had material, The winning formula has been trade, trade, trade. Drag your opponent to their doom. Rook e8, knight takes d5. I guess she's just weighing which one she likes best. Personally, for me, trading queens would be the way I would go. But if you want to play knight takes d5, you get a gold membership in the Pawn Grubbers Association.
Even though it's probably a completely winning move, might be the best move, I wouldn't make that move as my 39th move.
Which is?
Knight takes d5.
Just out of fear that
you
know, your king is a little bit exposed.
Yeah. And there we go. She plays rook e8.
Rook e8. Yeah. Yeah. Now, that's the player I want on my global chess league team. And I was speaking with.
She's not going to give you a heart
attack, there you go. And trade the queens. And I was speaking with Irina yesterday, and she told me that, yeah, she is really looking forward to playing on a team with Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah. And Bella just basically trapped Nana's queen into trading.
Yes.
And yeah, they just reached move 40, so I think.
Exactly. And I kind of saw a little grimace there by Nana. She's, well, I got to trade queens. What can I do? By the way,
she only has one pawn for the knight, so.
Yeah.
I don't think she's going to continue to play this for
rook
much longer.
a8, and when you drop back with the rook to defend, b4, knight b5, knight c3, and I'm with you 100%. I don't think she'll be playing much further once that knight. Well, there we have it. So the remaining game, Anna, our tournament leader, I just wanted to point out they were repeating moves for, it was a repetition, Harika and Anna, and I thought, okay, makes sense that the game would probably be drawn rather shortly. We got here, and Harika said, no, thank you.
No, let's keep playing.
Let's keep playing. H5. Did she make the right decision?
Black has nothing to risk. It's still equal, but Black's position is slightly more active, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, okay. First, like you always have to look at captures. Anything that captures, checks, those are the things. Rook takes a4 I don't find personally attractive because I'm thinking that in any rook ending where my opponent has the active rook and I have the passive rook, not interested. So rook takes a4 would not be on the agenda, but kind of unhappy with this rook on my doorstep. I might want to play the move rook to c3. Well, probably you would keep that rook, wouldn't you? With rook.
Yeah, rook a to b5.
Yeah, that's a. Okay, so how do I get rid of this rook?
Put in some pressure.
That's a now I suddenly how am I getting rid of this rook?
I think you have to live with that rook on b3.
Oh,
and just passively defend instead. Maybe just move the king back to c1 and see how is Black going to actually improve.
Well, then Harika definitely made the right choice because the pawn coming to h4. So, okay, you're saying just go ahead.
Show me what you got.
Exactly. Do your worst, in other words. So, is h3 an issue?
g3.
Can this rook somehow magically...
Even once you get there, I can just defend my rook on e2 and should be fine. No?
Not so sure, not so sure. Feels a little uncomfortable having a rook on g2. So, and the clock times?
They just reached move 40, so they have 25, 30 minutes, yeah.
Okay.
Time trouble is not an issue.
Not an issue.
Not yet, but Anna can reach second time trouble.
Right, where it could easily become an issue. All right, interesting. We'll keep an eye on that one. And Bella, as well, we've reached the time control. Maybe it's time for a break.
Yeah, Nana's shaking her head. I think she's going to resign very shortly.
We've all been there. We know, it's like we're not looking at the current position. We're carrying the baggage of what we've lost, essentially, lost luggage, it went missing. And Nana was playing really a brilliant game. She had sacrificed a piece in a very nice way, found a lot of only moves, came to the precipice of victory and found the one move that allowed Bella to escape.
And that was surprising because The winning move was a
Check.
very obvious one. It was a check.
Exactly. Wow. And there you see the shake of the head once again as Nana struggling with, what have I done? What have I done? I think it was actually Nimzovich who was very famous for exclaiming out loud during a tournament game, "Why must I lose to this idiot?"
Oh, really?
Yes. He was very expressive. Did you know that, Almira, about Nimzovich?
No.
That he shouted, like during a round, "Why must I lose to this idiot?"
It is a very interesting fact. Yeah.
That's quite insulting.
Our predecessors, boy, they knew what a howler was. I mean, and yes, he was. Yeah, he was good for that.
But Viktor Korchnoi, Yasser, he was famous for, insulting his opponents.
Yes, and throwing the pieces away. Absolutely in disgust. Yes.
I think in today's chess on the top level, we don't have players like that. They may have the desire to do so, but because now everyone's on camera all the time,
right?
They don't want such behavior to end up on the internet forever.
Exactly. Although, I must say, look it up, there was this Magnus. He was playing, I think it was the World Blitz Championship in Berlin. He was playing against Sasha Grishuk, and Magnus lost. Nicely, and then Magnus gets up.
Really?
Oh yeah.
How have I missed this?
He was upset. E3, E4, no resignation. I think it's a good time to take a break, shall we?
Yes.
Wonderful. And we will see you on the other side of this break.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
The Muni's premiere season bursting with comedies, romance, and magic begins June 12th with the Muni premiere of Beautiful, the Carole King musical. The epic summer continues with Disney's Beauty and the Beast, Chess, West Side Story, Little Shop of Horrors, Rent, and Sister Act.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our results in round 5.
Absolutely.
We had 2 draws earlier today, and Bella Khotenashvili just defeated Nana Dzagnidze.
Absolutely. We have only 4 games of play. We have a bye by Gunay.
She's having a rest day today.
And wow, well, what a score by Bella, because if you look at her line score, boy, she castled short.
And then she castled long.
And then she castled long, 3 in a row as she's on the move. But she was a very fortunate winner today, as Nana was putting together what I thought was an incredibly brilliant game until one key moment, and it all went wrong.
And we have 1 game left.
2 of the loneliest people in the playing hall, I'd say.
Our tournament leader, Anna Zatonskih, is, I wouldn't say defending this rook endgame, because she's not really worse, but since Harika just declined, technically declined a draw offer, because Anna was repeating twice, so Harika's the one who's pressing and trying to get more than a draw.
Exactly, and I think that's psychologically, the Soviet players, whenever they had a repetition, they were the ones who said, look, I'm in the driver's seat. So this idea that Harika was the one who declined the draw maybe sent a message, a subtle message across the board that I'm the one who's actually pushing matters.
Yeah. But I see that she played King C1, and I think Anna realizes she can just stand still and wait for black to improve.
I think it's very difficult to stand still. How about rook c3? I really want to get rid of this rook. Rook to c3.
But I play rook a to b5 and...
but now...
replace the rooks. Oh, you're trying to find a perpetual again.
Repetition, absolutely. I am trying to do that. So if you do it that way...
I see. What if I take and then go rook b5?
Right. This is a king and pawn endgame that you might want to...
Who knows what's happening here?
I suspect it's a draw. I suspect
Are
it's
you sure?
I'm not sure. No, I just saying.
And then at some point.
So long as I don't get hit with a b4.
A break here.
It could be. It could be.
This would be very scary to play for
You
white.
think so?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what you're Okay, interesting. I was actually trying to get rid of this rook. And you had mentioned that, well, white can just maintain the position, king c2, king c1, king c2, king c1, and say, I don't think you can disturb the balance in your favor, so I'm just going to passively wait. Right. Maybe that's the way to do it. And we have Almira in studio with a very special guest.
Oh, sorry, welcome. Bella, yes, because we were already analyzing the game with Bella. So Bella, you do like it here in the studio.
Yeah.
Well, 3 wins in a row. Like, how does it feel, first of all? Especially after the 2 defeats.
Yes, after the 2 defeats, it feels really good. I think today I was lucky, so it's good sometimes to be lucky.
Well, it's a very nice feeling, yes, to be on the other side, of course. But let's have a look first at your opening choice here. Knight a6 is a very rare move. Did you prepare this line, or did you know it in advance?
No, actually, I did not prepare about this b3, bishop b2. I missed somehow that she is sometimes playing this variation. So here I played knight a6. And
then you decided
probably
to trade
it was not a good decision.
Well, in your defense, Vasily Ivanchuk played this move. It's a very interesting move, of course, but maybe your position is a bit passive.
Yes, because I could not develop my pieces well after this exchange.
And you were forced to give up the bishop.
Yes.
So, well, I think that we all should admit, well, we have to admit that Nana played this game very well, and you defended very well. You found the only moves to stay alive in this game. So did you think about this sacrifice first or not at all?
Yes, I was thinking, and actually I missed this idea to start with queen d4, queen f6. Otherwise I had, if you start with the rook h1, probably I can play rook e8 and queen d4, rook e5. So this was my idea.
Okay.
So
here queen d4 is a very strong move indeed. And here g4, so rook h1, and we come. This is the one, like probably the most critical moment of the game. Nana didn't give the check on h8, she took on d5. Did you realize immediately that the tables were turning?
yeah, actually I was thinking about c d5, and I thought that after rook c7 it was good for me.
Okay, 7, yes. So, and what did you calculate after rook h8?
King d7, queen takes, rook e7, and I was thinking even queen g6 should be better for white, probably. I don't know.
Oh, computer.
No?
Well, computer is very happy.
Okay.
You gave him the possibility to breathe. So yes, queen f8 is a very strong continuation.
Oh, yeah.
So it was a very beautiful gift. And after rook e7, of course, black is completely winning. Bella, it's anyone's tournament now, but tomorrow we have a free day. Do you have something planned for the free day?
Tomorrow and after tomorrow I have two 3 days. So I don't know exactly for now. Probably I will come to see some exhibition in the afternoon and maybe then have a walk in the town.
Now that you mentioned that you have another free day because Humpy Koneru withdrew from the tournament, how do you feel about it?
Of course, it's very sad. I hope she will be fine. For the tournament, it's not good, but sometimes it happens.
Thank you very much, Bella. And well, hope to see you in 2 days, yes?
Thank you.
Once again.
Our congratulations indeed. 3 in a row. It always feels really wonderful. Good luck, bad luck. A win is a win. And yeah, well, I mean, she found rook e8 and rook e5. She found a way of making it difficult for her opponent, and that's what it takes. One game remaining as our tournament leader, who Anna Zatonskih, who's leading the tournament by a full point, is, well, we think on a slightly worse side, if I can put it, slightly worse side of a rook and pawn ending. She's got more pawn islands, and maybe her king is a little bit
What I don't
passive.
like is that she's heading towards second time trouble. So Harika has her 31 minutes, which she gained on move 40.
Right.
And Anna's down to 8 minutes now. And you know, this clock will keep ticking, and since her position is not that easy to defend, time might actually play a huge role in this endgame.
No question about it, and it's always been my experience that the space-time continuum is impacted whenever you're in time trouble. It's like time speeds up, and it seems to accelerate. When your opponent's in time trouble, slows down. And they seem to be able to play moves with seconds on their clock. But you're absolutely right. 7 minutes to 31 minutes, that's going to be impactful in the near future. And it also makes Harika a little bit more confident, looking across, seeing your opponent having much less time. Again,
and
6 minutes to 30
Harika
minutes.
already had a game against Elisabeth Paehtz where it was a draw rook endgame, but she managed to outplay her opponent and convert her tiny advantage into a win.
Exactly.
So she wants to do that again.
Okay, so let's put this position under our microscopes and suggest that black to play and win. I know it's a ridiculous suggestion, of course, but how might she do that? I mean, is it going to be involving an H pawn? Is it going to involve, I don't know, a king run somewhere?
There's probably no other idea besides H4, H3. We
Right.
need to provoke something, some kind of a weakness in White's position.
Right, White is kind of stuck, right?
There's only one weakness right now on B2, which is very well protected.
Indeed.
And it's not enough to win. So
Right.
black needs to create a second weakness. So let's try H4, H3.
Okay. Oops,
Let's say
sorry,
King C2. Just
Yes.
repeat some moves for White. King C1, let's say White does nothing. H3.
And
Now
away
after
we go.
G3, could argue H2 is weak as well. So, but the only way to get to it is rook F3, rook F1, rook G1, rook G2.
And and you kind of said, well, that might be a dead end. Once you get your rook to g2, I'll meet you with rook to c2. So, okay, well.
Then maybe black can bring the other rook, rook b5, rook b3, and sneak in the other rook.
After
like
you've done everything. Yeah. Okay. The other thing I had in mind, because you were saying, like, create a second weakness, maximum, question mark. Is the king maximized on
if you could
d6?
put it anywhere.
Maybe
would you
f4.
put it on f4?
Right, just because I would be snugly.
Well, there is a way to get to f4. A long, long way.
Yes.
King e6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right?
Once you get to
Quite
g5,
the
what if I
maneuver.
just play rook f2? Oh, you have rook e3. Okay.
Exactly. So imagining that the king was on f4, there would be a potential of rook e3, and then maybe I really am doing things. So two winning ways, or two possible wins. One is to get your king to f4. Another is to sneak your rook, who knows how, but all the way to g2. Otherwise, Almira, we can't see a way for black to move and win.
Almost down to 4 minutes.
And the other possibility is to win on time.
Yes.
Maybe the most likely if we're going to win the game.
First of all, I wanted to underline that both players are in their elements. Harika just loves these endgames, and Anna is in the time trouble once again. So
Right.
Here we are.
So both players are happy.
Yes, both players are incredibly happy. And Anna is about to make a move. I tried to analyze this move with the computer.
She pushed e5.
Yes, to push e5. And
Whoa.
because she is very short on time, and she's forcing things. She's trying to simplify the position as much as she can in order, yes, to hold it, to make a draw. And I think that you shouldn't take on e5 here. Maybe you should play king d5, and to keep the square e5 under the control. If you take, well, you cannot take on f6 immediately. The rook, of course, is hanging. But if you're, like, let's say, rook c2, oh, king d4. This I didn't even try. I was afraid that this might be very dangerous.
Hey,
now,
I would have asked you to take the pawn.
No, but I feel that this is very dangerous. Let's have a look. But now e takes, g takes, and if I give check,
Rook d3.
then you will play rook d3. Yes, okay, this is a very important intermezzo. So maybe rook f2 here, and then how can you defend this pawn? Can you play f5 here?
Sure.
So rook f4 check. King e5, you protect the pawn. Okay.
Rook h4.
Rook h4, yes, seems very natural. So what can you, well, you cannot protect the h4, h5 pawn anymore. So how, maybe you can activate your rook. Rook e3, rook h5. Something like this, but...
Feels quite drawn, I must say. I mean, I'm going to be playing g4.
Maybe this e5 is a brilliant idea for white to force things.
I understand that, like whenever it's very, very hard to defend passively, and you're looking, especially when you're feeling yourself under time trouble, you're looking at forcing moves. And I think the move e5 check, very, very human move. Oftentimes, lashing out, it has a drawback, right? And I mean, in this case, you have to consider king d5 like, aren't I helping my opponent? Like, up until this moment, black's king, we were actually talking about bringing black's king to f4. Up to this moment, black's king really cannot approach, right? So when you make the move e5, it's a very, very consequential move. You have to imagine king d5 and king takes d4. Now, what Almira pointed out is right here, yeah, there's some split pawns, and white very fortunately seems to be winning her pawn back by force, which is what...
I'm confused about the rook c2 move. I know that's Engine's first choice, but I thought the idea was rook c3.
Okay. But are you going to...
king d4, I'm playing e6.
Okay, king takes d4, e6. I guess I have to drop back with my rook. Oh,
Yeah,
excuse me.
looks...
e7, rook e8 is the idea.
Let's say.
I mean, it's funny to see the pawn break away for a touchdown all by itself, right?
I can give rook d2 check here and go rook d7.
Rook d2 check, king
And
back.
I'll be picking up some of your 7th rank pawns.
Okay, so at a certain moment, I'm a little bit worried about my king. Which 7th rank pawns should I be holding on to?
So I'm not sure if I should have taken on b3 first.
Right. You can
Probably
decide
should
that
have.
later if you want this setup.
Before
pardon
rook
me.
d7,
Yeah,
yeah.
if you want.
I probably do.
You do. Okay. A, B, and then you go down. Yeah, and you're hitting the guys.
Yeah.
So something like this, you probably munch.
e7 doesn't do much, right? Rook e8.
E7, rook e8. I'm still.
King d2.
I'm rounding it up.
Yeah, so I'll be down. 2 pawns or 1?
Well, at the moment you're down 1, but you could be down 2.
Well, I was thinking I'll pick up b3, and after that I'm down 1 pawn, and looks.
Yeah, you might be drawing. As opposed to playing e7 and rook e8. Let's just see. b5, rook takes, king takes. Again, you're kind of looking to trade as many pawns as you can and get into, a 3 versus 2 or what have you. I find it interesting that Harika has not played king d5 yet. What else could she be thinking?
She's considering f takes, pawn takes, and king e6.
But that's easy.
But I think that f takes, rook takes e5.
That's easy, right?
Simplifies also.
Sorry, say that again?
Rook
Almira
takes
suggests
e5.
rook takes e5. No, with white.
Oh.
Instead of pawn takes.
I apologize. So f6 takes e5, rook takes e5. So trying
And
to
we
get
will-
this rook off the board
We'll
so
pick
that
up either a4 or h5 pawns.
exactly. So it will be a very smooth trade, if you will.
So then,
And just to mention once again, tomorrow is a rest day. Don't tune in, or tune in 24 hours early if you like.
yeah, tomorrow players will have a rest day, and we'll be back Friday, June 9th at the same time.
Yeah, and I know that the World Chess Hall of Fame is inviting all the players to, the curator is going to show them the World Chess Hall of Fame in the exhibition that is going across the street. The T.S. Eliot exhibition, very, very nice. And I think it's music sounds too, or sound moves.
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, nice. E5. How does the computer like E5, Almira? Did the oracle say well done?
Well, he says that the position is about equal.
Okay.
And I wanted to try the move king e6 here because, it has similar idea with king d5. But here, after takes f6, king takes f6, I have the same idea. I can play rook e5, trade the
One pair
rooks,
of
of course. And here you have the pleasure of giving rook c5 check or of taking on a4. So,
Surprise, surprise, Harika played king d7.
Of all the possibilities, the one we didn't look at, commentator's curse. King to d7. Wow. Okay, trying to keep as much material on the board as possible. King to d7. Let's try to get the zen of that move. I'm not feeling it myself. If I take on f6 and I play d5.
Pawn takes?
Yeah, the idea is I'm welcoming trades. Rook takes d5, rook takes. And if you go pawn takes, I want, as Almira is saying, the pleasure of going after your h-pawn. And in this case, the pawn islands are kind of convincing me that I've got nothing to fear here.
Yeah, I would agree. White is...
White is really fine.
Than...
King d7, I don't like this move. It doesn't put pressure. First of all, it doesn't put any pressure on White's position, but it seems to allow Anna a good way of liquidating
to force
pawns.
some exchanges, yes.
And she started with the e5 takes f6 capture, which was yeah, I kind of gleefully jumped on that as well. And I'm expecting right now, I've got this isolated pawn, which I think is a potential weakness.
Yes.
So I would love, and I think that this guy's a thorn in my throat, right? So I would really like to toss away my D pawn for your A pawn.
And now black is the one with the pawn islands.
Correct, yeah.
More pawn islands.
Indeed. So we think, yes, D5.
Very nice. Played
Anna's
by
feeling
Anna.
it. She, and by the way, the way she just played that move, D5, that's what I'm talking about when playing with confidence. The players who make the move, they hold the, they look around. Did I blunder? It's almost funny, but this, it sends a message across the table to your opponent. And see with authority, let's put it that way. I play with authority. What are you doing?
Your confidence must be soaring in this tournament.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking. No hesitation. That's what I'm talking about.
She knows she has equalized this position completely.
Right.
And simplified, which is critical because she only has 3 minutes on the clock.
Exactly. Exactly. So D5, good move.
We'll probably see pawn takes.
All right, and then...
Rook H4, maybe Rook C5 check.
Okay, Rook C5 check. Here I have to pause because King B1, yes, but I'm also considering Rook C2. Rook C2, may I?
You may. I take Rook C... Well, maybe King D6.
King David 6, okay. Yummy, yummy.
Yeah, I don't know how to... Maybe, okay, Rook C2 and Rook E3?
Rook C. Had you done this before, I was ready to play King D2, just attacking the rook on E3. I didn't want to see a check showing up
and
on
Rook
my
B3
doorstep.
back and repeat.
Yes, precisely so. So just in this position, if you... I wasn't eager to capture either the H5 pawn or the A4 pawn, but rather I would have played here.
But what if, I'm going to improve the other line slightly. So after King D6, Rook takes H5.
Yep.
Instead of Rook C2, I'm going to go Rook E3 right away.
Rook E3 right away.
Please play King D2.
Okay, I'll fall for it. King D2.
Yes, now I'm happy. I can play Rook E2 or Rook C2.
Exactly, and then you do snack on a pawn. Yes, but here I would do this. Probably this is good enough for a draw, but once again, this is a lot simpler to my mind. I'm just going to shadow your rook. As soon as your rook goes to B3, I'll go King C2.
Yeah, no advantage for black.
No, not at all. Almira, chime in. Very, very nice move, D5, and we think Anna has equalized completely.
Yes, Anna has equalized completely with white, indeed.
Yeah, right.
I cannot imagine a move here which would actually lose with white. So I think that this position is quite simple to play. So the game is headed to a draw. Yes, I actually had a question for you. Who is our modern John McEnroe in chess?
Like the bad boy.
The bad boy.
The
Do we
bad
have
boy
bad
of
boys
chess.
in chess?
Well, I must say, only because it's very, very fresh in my mind. We had this U.S. championship, which Fabiano himself called the disrespectful U.S. championships, which I thought was really, really nice. And it was Hans Niemann who was throwing around the patties. But no, John McEnroe was very special because I think he respected his opponents, but he hated the arbiters. He was always fighting with the arbiters. And when I think about players, we don't really get into fights with the arbiters.
No, in chess, arbiters don't play such a big role.
Right.
So it doesn't happen.
Exactly. So, yeah, well, I'll throw it back at who's the bad girl in chess?
Well,
come on, go crickets in the commentary. Come on, we're in the Cairns Cup. You got to take some credit for something. Who's the bad girl?
Almira knows more players.
Oh, I wanted deference.
You
Come
are
on.
throwing me under the bus.
Right, right. Do you remember an appeals committee with a lady arguing? Something happened in women's chess? I can't remember.
To be honest, I think...
You can be dishonest, by the way. It's perfectly permitted.
Well, I think that Nona Gaprindashvili had such a strong character that she always stood up for herself, no matter what is the situation, and she was very strong-willed and opinionated. So I think that, well, she is our John McEnroe. But in the modern era, you know, well, we have only good girls.
We only have good girls. Yes, that's what Magnus Carlsen said about the Norwegians. We're very quiet. We're good boys. Nothing ever happens in Norway. We're good boys. Yeah, but that's actually a very good point. I really don't know who the bad girls or bad boys of chess might be because, again, John McEnroe was always shouting. I loved his fights with the arbiters. Our arbiters are...
Can I be honest? I don't know who that is. I don't know who we are talking about.
John McEnroe, great tennis player.
Okay.
And he was wickedly, you know, the moment, you know, he hit a ball and he hit it out and the arbiter said, out, he says, are you blind? You're an idiot. You're crazy. Look what you're doing to me. I'm an artist. And you sitting there in your chair. And it was really, really fun. And when he got forfeited, everybody was happy.
But
yeah.
then I have another question. Who is the most subversive player of our times?
Whoa.
Like chess-wise.
Whoa, wow.
I was thinking about Richard Rapport.
But the word subversive is more like, has a negative connotation. Richard, I always thought as unconventional, if you want to go in those ways, or creative, or, you know, he's on his own. He's in a... we used to think of Velimirovich as a person who was leading the parade by himself. He had so much talent, you know, we were all like, wow, who is that guy? But subversive, ooh. I don't know.
Because I was mostly thinking, if you compare this to art, that you're challenging all the doctrines, all the dogmatic thinking, the fundamentals, coming with all the creative ideas and the openings, and so that's why I was thinking about yes, Grandmaster Reports, and well, I think he fits perfectly.
Right.
And in women's chess, maybe Alice Lee?
As being subversive?
Again,
No.
without any negative connotation.
Right.
I mean that she's challenging the current, how do I describe?
Hegemony, domination.
Right. She's changing things up.
Right, for sure. And that's the role of the the young generations, to bring new knowledge, new ideas to the chess table. Yeah, I think we chess players we're just nice people. We're not these aggressive sportsmen. What can I say? Yeah. Subversive. Okay. D5 on the board, and Harika has stopped.
We have a couple of moves.
I'm sorry.
C takes D5.
She did.
Rook H4.
And?
Check on C5 and Rook C2.
Rook C5, pardon me. And then, indeed, Rook C2. Because I also stopped here. I wasn't sure myself. Did I want to play with 4 rooks, or did I want to play with 2 rooks? King
easier
B1.
to play with just 2 rooks.
I think so too. I like the decision that Anna made, which was Rook C2. And I think we were looking at King D6, as well as Rook takes C2 and Rook E3.
And after King D6,
yes.
Is there a big difference which pawn should white pick up, A4 or H5?
Yes. One is a kingside pawn. What else do you want to know? Captain Obvious at your command, yes. Which one I would pick up? I probably want the H5 pawn, because I don't think you could ever win on the queen side with the pawns on a4. But it's something about
You want to have
the
a
king
pass
side.
pawn on the king
Yeah,
side, just in case.
Right, exactly. And by the way, we do have rook takes c2. King, oops, excuse me,
takes
no
c2,
king
right.
d6. Sorry, I was, and I, here,
Maybe
in
rook
case,
e3 and we'll might see the repetition.
exactly. I think rook e3 and king d2.
Because I don't see how black can continue to play for a win here. It's extremely simplified position.
Exactly. I'm still kind of mystified. I seriously, not a joke, throughout my career, somehow I got on more appeals committees than anybody. I was never recompensed ever for being on an appeals committee because I never ever convened an appeal. There was never, I've played in U.S. championships, World Junior Championships, candidates tournaments, you name it, and I can't think of an appeal.
Like you said, we're very nice people.
We're very nice people. Rook takes c2, king
We
takes
don't cause
c2 on
any
the board. King.
trouble.
Yes, exactly. Trouble's not our middle name.
That's like a draw for, right? Rook e3. I think so. After king d2,
I do
if we
too.
see rook b3, that will be
Yes, king d2.
a draw for.
Exactly. Rook b3, king c2.
I mean, Anna could try rook h5 here. Because she's going to pick up a pawn.
By the way,
Rook
yeah,
e2.
because we were putting the king on d6
Yes,
and a lot
this
of
is
the
slightly
other
different.
variations. That's a very good point. You may not be afraid of
But I
rook
don't
check.
think she should go for this because. Oh, you were playing king d3. Because I thought if
Sorry.
you go king c3, then king d6, and black might actually have a play here.
Really?
Something, yeah.
Seriously? G3? Looks pretty even,
I mean, this is the
Stevens.
best black
Right,
hope for this.
agreed.
But yeah, we're seeing rook e3 and rook b3, so.
I think Anna is
think we're gonna
very,
see
very happy to
through
go
repetition.
into the free
Yeah.
day, leading the tournament.
Yeah.
Again, I want to say by a full point, that
Yeah.
although that might not be the case, with
Bella.
Bella's victory.
I think Bella's might been clear.
Second?
Not clear. I would have to check the
Yeah,
standings.
we have to check the standings. Things are a little bit thrown off kilter due to the withdrawal of Humpy Koneru due to illness. And Anna is already looking at her score sheet. Yeah, but come on, Anna. King c2. Make the 4-time repetition before making the claim.
Well, there have been cases sometimes where you repeat 3 times and then your opponent changes their mind and he
Right.
didn't claim.
Unfortunately, here in St. Louis, we've had tournaments, the Sinkfield Cup, the Cairns Cup, where we've had 2 withdrawals. I was listening to the interviews of the players. Sometimes it happens, I think, said Bella. It's very rare. I'm trying to go over in my experience. I'm sure it's happened that we've had a withdrawal, due to illness. But it
Well, in
doesn't come
Magnus's
rushing
case,
to mind.
it wasn't illness.
Correct.
And this is in Cairns Cup it was due to illness. Yeah, not many, it's
I mean, in your
strange, right?
experience, right?
You would think
And
it
we do
happens
have a
more
draw.
often, but.
Yeah. And we do have a draw as, how about you, Almira? When you think about your career, how many round robins, not open tournaments, but how many round robins did you have where an opponent withdrew?
Well, I actually was one of those people who.
You were ill.
Yes, because I was playing the Grand Prix, and then at the end of the third, I think towards the end of the tournament, yes, I was really very sick, and then I had to withdraw from the tournament.
Actually, one that comes to mind is during, I think it was World Cup, but this was COVID time, so Levon
Right.
Aronian had to withdraw because he tested positive.
Exactly, that was
But
in
again,
the
that wasn't round robin.
128 player field. I remember now. Anna Zatonskih, Anna had to withdraw from a U.S. Women's Championship. She had an appendicitis.
Oh.
Yeah.
That must have been years ago, because I
Yeah,
was
just, well, not that long ago. We'll look it up, but I think it was in the, let's say, last 10 years at actually here in St. Louis. And just to remind everybody that indeed tomorrow is a rest day, but join us on Friday as the tournament picks up again.
And we'll have very exciting last 4 rounds.
Exactly, a sprint to the finish. Playoff, if necessary, would be on its own date, Tuesday, June 13th, as we have a clear tournament leader with, and here we have, you know, having played 5 rounds, having played 4 rounds.
Right, so we have Anna Zatonskih in clear first with 3.5 points. And in clear second, Bella Khotenashvili. Who would have thought after starting the tournament with 2 losses, she's in the clear second? And that's amazing.
You got to be a believer, but do pay attention to the games played as opposed to those players who have 4 games played. So in truth, even though we're saying that Anna has a 1-point lead, she's going to be sitting, she's going to take a bye one day. And Irina could potentially win and could be potentially tied with her.
Right, and just to point out, when players are taking a bite, they don't get a point.
They get nothing.
They get nothing.
They
don't
get a
point.
free day.
Yes.
They get a timeout.
Sharing third, Elisabeth Paehtz and Irina Krush.
Right.
And sharing fifth, 3 players, Alexandra Kosteniuk, Harika Dronavalli, and Gunay Mammadzada.
Right. And, strange tournament with lots of twists and turns, but the final thoughts belong to you. Almira, tell us about round 5.
Round 5 was a very interesting one. First of all, I think that Anna, well, she has a tournament of her life. She is leading the tournament. She plays confidently. This is very interesting to notice. Well, what a resurrection on Bella's behalf. So she lost first 2 games, then she won 3 in a row. And I really hope that those 2 free days will not affect, you know, the momentum. Because sometimes players, they do not like to have those free days because they're in shape, they're eager to play. So, well, I hope she will take this time, well, to visit a few museums, but also, well, to study a few openings. Alexandra Kosteniuk drew her game, but she's still very much in contention for the first place. And as I said at the beginning, it's anyone's tournament.
Thank you, Almira. And we had to do a reshuffle because, Humpy was a favorite amongst us.
I'm the admin out. Because there's two of us for Kosteniuk, 2 for Krush, and I'm rooting for Bella.
Well, I tell you, I mean, somebody's got to be the Armageddon. Somebody's got to come down hard and say, this is what's going to happen. You have to forge your own path.
I'm doing it.
Well done. We're going to take a day off. We hope you enjoy the rest day, but we will see you after tomorrow.
See you Friday.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.